All right. Well, James, if you give me the go ahead, then actually we're still adding participants into the meeting. So thanks for those who are joining. We will begin this installment of the Ocean Protection Council meeting just as soon as we have the full complement of participants who have made it into the discussion here today. All right. Well, my name is Wade Crowfoot, and I lead our Natural Resources Agency and have the privilege of chairing our Ocean Protection Council. We're very excited to be meeting once again today. As our first order of business, I would ask Jen Eckerly, the Deputy Director of the OPC, to help us take roll.
Thank you. Secretary Crowfoot.
Here.
Secretary Blumenfeld.
Present.
Senator Allen.
Here.
Assembly Member Stone.
Here.
Council Member Diamond.
Here.
Council Member Brown.
Here.
And Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis, has she joined us? I think we are still waiting for the Lieutenant Governor to join.
I'm told she's logging on as we speak.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Jen. Let's go back to the slides if we could, James. Welcome everyone to what will be a substantive and action-packed meeting. I wanted to first just take a moment to commemorate this meeting, which is of course occurring during Black History Month. And as we talked about last June when we met during the commemoration of Juneteenth, we always want to and need to acknowledge the role of California African Americans in protecting our coastal resources and really building the culture of our coast and oceans in California. Emblematic of this rich contribution is, of course, Willa Bruce, who is the woman in the white bathing suit on the left, who, along with her husband, founded Bruce's Beach in Manhattan Beach, which was a beach where African Americans from Los Angeles could recreate in the early part of the 20th century when most beaches in California were segregated. Remarkable story, remarkable leadership from the Bruces. Also quite a challenging story of ultimately discrimination and Jim Crow policies that led to that beach closing down, and only in 2007 actually being commemorated for the place that it was. And then on the right, recognizing the legendary contribution of Nick Galvedon, who was a big wave surfer in Southern California, who had African-American and Latino heritage, who was prevented from surfing on Los Angeles beaches. So he would get in the water and paddle 12 miles to the north to be able to surf in Malibu. These are leaders emblematic of the African-American culture and contributions across California that have too often been underappreciated in all the work that we do. Today, the movement to make sure that our coasts are available for all Californians is of course driven by so many groups, Azul, Outdoor Afro, Latino Outdoors, Outdoor Outreach, Brown Girl Surf, as well as some of the larger environmental groups really beginning to take this on as a critical priority, ensuring equitable access to our coasts and beaches. So just an important note that within our strategic plan and all the work that we do, we are committed to redressing what have been historic inequities to providing access to our coast and working together with all those groups to expand access. Next slide. And I also just wanted to focus those who have not participated over the last year and a half with the notion that everything that we're advancing in this meeting and beyond is really the implementation of a strategic plan that this council passed last year. And we're really working to hold ourselves accountable to meeting the key actions in that plan. So you'll hear throughout the meeting our reference to that plan. And if you want a better sense of how the discussion and the actions we're taking today fits into our overall goals, please do look to this or just check out the strategic plan for more information on our broader goals. As is typical, the council will make several decisions today to advance the goals of the strategic plan. We will have public comment on many of the items. Specifically, as we address each item, we'll ask for if anybody has public comment related to that item. And it's really important to be able to get through all these items that we keep the public comment focused on the specific topic of the item at hand. But then, of course, we also have an opportunity at the end of the meeting to provide public comment on any manner of topic, regardless of whether we've agendized it here today. Anyone interested in providing comment will need to use the function on the screen to raise her or his hand by the end of the agenda presentation. Hands raised after that time won't be able to be placed in the queue for comment. So as we're hearing these items, we will hear a staff presentation. And if you are interested in providing comment, please actually click on the raise hands function to get yourself in the queue. I think we're now joined by the Lieutenant Governor. And if we are, I wanted to just welcome her back to the council. We have a very unique composition on the council that includes legislative representatives, public representatives, and then a rotating representation from our constitutionally independent elected officers, the Lieutenant Governor and the Controller. And so Lieutenant Governor was really seminal establishing the strategic plan that guides us, was then took her turn off the council and is now rejoining the council. So we welcome her back. Before we move on, this is an opportunity to ask any council members if they have any updates that they want to share before we jump into the agenda at hand. Yes, Lieutenant Governor. Oh, we're having trouble hearing you. It doesn't look like you're muted. James, I just want to confirm that the Lieutenant Governor is registered as somebody who can.
Oh yeah, they're not muted currently. They should be able to speak.
Hello,
yeah, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now. All right. Thank you so much. I just wanted right off the top to thank you, Wade, to thank you, Mark, and everyone for welcoming me back. It is great to be back as chair of State Lands Commission and by extension, serving on OPC. Followed along last year, a lot of really exciting and interesting things on the agenda. And it's really terrific to be back. So thank you, Wade. And I look forward to another really productive year with all of you.
Thanks so much. We're really excited to have you back. Okay, then let's move on then. Seeing no other updates from council members, let's move into Mark Gold, your update and your report as our Ocean Protection Council Executive Director.
All right, thanks, Secretary Crowfoot. As everyone saw, obviously we have a very full agenda, so I won't touch upon any of the items that are on the agenda. A few things up front, just want to welcome our two new Sea Grant Fellows, Sandy Fogg, who got her master's from the Bren program, and she's going to work with us on aquaculture as well as marine protected areas. And so we're happy to have her aboard. And she has a fisheries and toxicology background as well. In addition, brand new start, Kat Beheshti is going to work on climate change, sea level rise, eelgrass, wetlands, ocean acidification, hypoxia. She finished her PhD at UC Santa Cruz, working on Elkhorn Slough, eelgrass, and tide marsh resilience. And so that's we're really thrilled to have both of those Sea Grant Fellows, OPC, and the relationship with Sea Grant. It's really been fundamental to our success for so many years. And also wanted to acknowledge Megan Zulian, who's a PhD student from UC Davis, and she's completing her NSF fellowship on ocean acidification and hypoxia. And she's going to be she's been working with us for the last almost a year on a section that's going to be in the State of the Coast and Ocean Report, which we should complete by the end of 2021, as we've said within our strategic plan. So thank you to all of those. They're really doing an amazing job. Moving forward on one of the items that's on the consent calendar is Prop 1. I just want to briefly state that funding effort from the proposition. It's about $7.5 million. We're going to do a call for projects very soon. Very different sort of approach. We learned a lot. This is an application of adaptive management in our Prop 68, which you're going to hear more about moving forward, what we learned through that process. And so what we're going to do is highly unusual, is that we're actually going to target this effort towards communities entitled to environmental justice. And so we're going to be using the disadvantaged community and severely disadvantaged community and EnviroScreen sorts of approaches and applications to that. Maria Rodriguez and Holly Wire have been instrumental in putting this effort together. We're really excited about it, and we're really going to need very, very strong community engagement and outreach to ensure that we get projects that are really going to make a difference within those communities. But I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that we're really moving forward on that quickly in a really strong way. In other issues, we're moving forward with our tribal engagement strategy draft. We're very thankful to Andrea Ambris and Christine Snyder for their guidance on this draft, and making sure that we're going to have spend the next year with listening sessions, so that before this draft becomes public, it really gets completely shaped, redone, et cetera, by working with the tribes directly. And so we're really looking forward to doing that within the next year. And that effort will help identify tribal priorities and to make sure that we're being responsive to those priorities here at the Ocean Protection Council. In diversity and inclusion and equity issues as well, we're completing 10 3-hour session training on Kirkanza Nuri Robbins has done a superb job in working with staff and making sure that's really impacting how we do our day-to-day work. And we're about to start DEI planning efforts, and we're going to partner with Cecilia Estelano, who I know many of you know, as well as Better World Group in starting that effort. It'll probably be about a year or so long effort that will get going relatively soon. In other issues, we're starting gear innovation testing and validation research. And we're working with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation, on this study on ropeless and other gear innovations, really critical in the Dungeness crab fishery to really see what works and how easy it is to actually use these new and innovative technologies. Lindsay Benito is helping spearhead that effort for us. Related to that, we have a competitive grant effort that's being promulgated by the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission on whale and sea turtle entanglement research, and it's focused on really giving us a much better understanding of when whales and sea turtles are in high entanglement risk areas. And this is a pretty robust program that came from, as you know, state legislation, $1.85 million call going. So you'll see project proposals in the near future on that. And again, Lindsay Benito is leading that effort. On aquaculture principles, something that we've talked about here a number of times. It's also within the strategic plan. We're still finalizing these principles. We've gotten some great feedback from numerous state department and agency partners. Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot, for your leadership on those meetings as well. It's been great to get feedback from different agencies like CDFA, as well as the health department on issues you don't normally always think about them as being involved on aquaculture. So we should be wrapping that up relatively soon. And then at the same time, we're starting the effort on the Aquaculture Action Plan, working with UCSB, NCs, and Cal Recycle. Oh my gosh, did I just say that? UCC grant on that issue. And so that is just started. And it will begin more in earnest once the principles are completed. And there's I'm not going to get into detail, but we're still doing work. We're starting to do more work on offshore wind. Obviously, with the change in administration, there's more opportunity on that, more urgency. So Secretary Crowfoot working with you and numerous other agencies on that. The executive order on 30 by 30, we're going to work with Jen Norris and have been at length already on what does that look like in the coast and oceans. And so there'll be a lot of outreach and engagement efforts that are going to proceed within the next year on this to develop a game plan on how to reach the 30 by 30 target. And then last, I just want to say that using discretionary funding, we're providing $80,000 to the NGO Upstream, who's putting together a toolkit for local government on food waste ordinances, foodware ordinances, I should say, foodware ordinances and packaging ordinances, working with restaurants on how to, working with companies that are moving forward on reusables. And obviously there's been huge changes on those issues under COVID with the great increase in the amount of plastics and single-use utensils that are used. And that effort working with Upstream and local government will hopefully provide different pathways, innovative pathways forward on this critical issue that we're about to talk about. That's all I got. Any questions?
Mark, thank you. And I'll just note, I'm glad you brought up the federal government. I think we're looking forward to rolling up sleeves and partnering with the new administration on so many topics. And I just note that Gina Raimundo, who now leads the Department of Commerce that includes NOAA and NOAA Fisheries, actually as governor, was one of the first governors in the country to issue an executive order to reduce plastics pollution. So that's just emblematic of the kind of leadership that the president and vice president have brought in that we're excited to work with. Let's move to Liz Whiteman, of course, our science advisor and the director of Ocean Science Trust.
Thank you, Chair Crowfoot. Council members, I'm glad as always to be here with you today. 2 points to update you on, building on things that Mark mentioned. First, as co-chair of your science advisory team and in recognition of Black History Month, I wanted to share that we're launching a process of self-reflection and evaluation. We're examining our structures, ways of working, and the voices and perspectives that are part of the science advice delivered to the state to acknowledge and address the lack of representation, inequities, and systemic racism and bias in the academic science community. We anticipate that this is going to lead to changes in the science advisory team, beginning with a recruitment effort this spring. So rather than tied to an individual strategic plan, goal, or objective, this really, I hope, speaks to the value we place on how science and the science community interfaces with and can appropriately accelerate progress towards the OPC vision. My second update is on the microplastics risk assessment science working group, relevant obviously to your next agenda item 4 today. The work of this group is concluding as they address peer and policy reviewer input on their final report. And on behalf of the Ocean Science Trust team and in this venue, I just wanted to first extend my thanks to the whole group. Their commitment and dedication during a very isolating pandemic year has been inspiring, and particularly mention co-chairs Dr. Yoon-Ha Ho from San Diego State University and Dr. Suzanne Brander from Oregon State University. So just a quick sneak preview into their findings and recommendations that hopefully can inform your discussions next in this meeting. Microplastics have been documented to lead to detrimental impacts on both marine life and public health, but the full scale of impacts and effects really is not known. Technological advancements to better detect in the environment, inventory and identify the sources of microplastics, and assess the effects, specifically in California, will support advancing on risk assessments and policy development in California. Now, all that said, these uncertainties should not preclude action now, and the science experts urge a precautionary strategy to reduce plastic production and use. I'm conscious that scientists often urge precaution in a conservation context, and so I just wanted to underscore that particular recommendation for source reduction by noting that every piece of macroplastics is a potential future source of microplastics, and that the micro and even nano size of plastic particles means that no technology currently exists or even is close to existing that can clean them up, particularly without creating more harm to the marine environment. So source reduction is, in the eyes of these experts, the most appropriate precautionary strategy here. And I'll just conclude by saying we look forward to supporting the state in continuing to address the plastic pollution challenge and crisis. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. Any questions for Liz in response to her report? All right, we are going to move into the business of the council meeting here today. I'll soon introduce our first action item. But just a reminder, if you're joining us and want to make public comment, we certainly invite that. On each of the next several items, we'll be inviting public comment on the topic of the item. If you want to make comment and you're connecting in through a computer, you'll be able to do so by raising your virtual hand while the presentation from staff is taking place. And then our team will unmute you and announce your name when you're ready to talk. If you have called into the meeting via telephone, you're going to press *9 to raise your hand.
Sorry, wait.
And then
Just a clarification, this system is #2 to raise your hand when you've dialed in.
Got it. That's an important clarification. So if you're called in the meeting via telephone, you are going to press #2 to raise your hand. And then depending on how you've accessed the meeting, you may need to unmute yourself. And then obviously to get through the meeting, we're limiting public comments to 2 minutes each. But again, please do indicate if you'd like to make public comment during the presentation, either by raising the virtual hand if you're joining by computer, or pressing #2 via your phone. Okay, let's move into this. Action item, which is agenda item 4, is the discussion and possible endorsement of a top 10 recommended actions to address plastic pollution in California's coastal and marine ecosystem. And that this potential action item is, of course, linked to one of our key strategic plan goals, protecting the coast and enhancing coastal and marine biodiversity. And there's a lot of work happening in the state on this, both through California Environmental Protection Agency, which our co-chair Jared Blumenfeld leads, and CalRecycle, to certainly leadership in the legislature represented by Senator Allen and Assemblymember Stone. So there'll be no doubt good conversation among the council members. We want to start off the discussion here today, though, with a presentation from Holly Wire, our program manager at OPC, who has been spearheading the staff development of this top 10 list. So Holly, welcome.
Thank you, Secretary Kerfoot. I'll wait for the slides to come up. All right. So today I'll be presenting a set of recommended actions to address plastic pollution for the Council's consideration and possible endorsement. Next slide, please. To provide some background for the public, the Council had a discussion on plastic pollution at their September 2020 meeting. And in response to the Council's discussion, OPC staff has drafted the set of recommended actions for consideration and possible endorsement today. As we developed these actions, we coordinated extensively with leadership and program staff at CalRecycle, the State Water Board, the Department of Public Health, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. These actions focus on OPC's niche, promoting source reduction through reuse and refill for food serviceware and packaging. These actions also acknowledge that both broad waste management and narrow targeted actions are needed to effectively reduce plastic pollution. Before I talk about the actions, I also just wanted to note that our microplastics work will be addressed as part of the microplastic strategy, which will come before the Council later this year. So the actions that are before you today focus on larger size plastics. Next slide, please. Action 1 would help advance and inform policies that address the many causes of plastic pollution and prioritize the prevention and reduction of plastic pollution. The overarching intent of this action is to ensure that large-scale source reduction of plastic pollution occurs first, and then implementation of extended producer responsibility or similar mechanisms to ensure that producers and polluters pay for the waste management or pollution cleanup of the remaining plastic products. Such policies could include, but aren't limited to, some of the following components, such as post-consumer minimum recycled content requirements for plastic packaging, source reduction, reuse, and refill goals, developing criteria to require that all plastic packaging is reusable, recyclable, and compostable, disincentivizing the sale through fees or bans of materials that often end up in the marine environment and are lacking recycling infrastructure or markets, such as expanded polystyrene foam and food serviceware. Making single-use food serviceware accessories recyclable and compostable and only available upon request or at self-service stations. Reducing or eliminating design elements of bottled beverages and cups that contribute to plastic pollution. Disincentivizing virgin plastic production in California, and a moratorium on the export of materials that cannot be verified as recycled. And finally, this action would include creating and initiating programs, including extended producer responsibility, that shift the cost of managing the remaining plastic waste from the public to product manufacturers. And so for Action 2, we would be funding a feasibility analysis of reuse and refill systems for both takeout and delivery, as well as retail sales applications in California. We have a goal of funding this study by summer of 2021 and developing recommendations for necessary regulatory or policy changes to promote reuse by the summer of 2022. The goal of this report would be to address the immediate information needs on the feasibility of reuse and refill systems. The report would include an analysis of the break-even point between reusable systems and single-use systems, potential economic benefits, and identification of infrastructure needs. The report would also cover the various types of refill business models and would identify regulatory or policy barriers that prevent the implementation of reuse systems in the state and recommendations for how to go about implementing these systems. The recommendations that come out of this report would aim to remove the regulatory and policy barriers to reuse and ensure that the state requirements for new businesses would encourage reuse and refill. Next slide, please. Action 3 would champion support for a United Nations Treaty on Plastic Pollution. The intent behind this is that plastic pollution is a much bigger problem than California alone can solve. A UN treaty would help develop a framework and targets necessary for widespread changes in how plastics is managed. More than 2/3 of UN member states, 29 global companies, and nearly 2 million concerned citizens have called for a UN treaty on plastic pollution. OPC's adoption of a resolution on this would build on the Council's international work and would benefit California by promoting worldwide holistic solutions to plastic waste management and pollution. Next slide, please. Action 4 is intended to address the prevalence of cigarette filter pollution in the environment. It's currently and has been the most common form of plastic pollution in California for a very long time now. As part of this action, OPC would partner with the California Tobacco Control Program and the Department of Public Health to better understand the effects of cigarette filters on smokers' health and on the environment. The Department of Public Health has commissioned a white paper summarizing the best available science and research on this topic, which will be complete by February 2022. If the research finds that cigarette filters do not reduce the harm caused by smoking, OPC would support a prohibition of cigarette filters in California. Next slide, please. Action 5 would fund an analysis and lessons learned on the feasibility of extended producer responsibility for recycling, composting, or disposal of plastic packaging and food serviceware by summer of 2021, and advance recommendations on the best approach to EPR by spring of 2022. The goal of this action is to identify viable EPR schemes for food serviceware in California to ensure that producers take responsibility for the economic costs of disposing of their products. The findings of this analysis would be used to develop recommendations of effective EPR schemes for California, with a focus on the top 20 items or suite of items that are found on Coastal Cleanup Day. Next slide, please. Action 6 would involve partnering with local governments, state agencies, and nonprofit organizations to provide technical assistance and tools that assist with the implementation of local comprehensive food serviceware ordinances by winter of 2021. I want to note that although we have a date on this action, this is really meant to be about reopening in a way that's smart. So if it makes sense to do this a little later, we may do this a little later. So several local governments have developed comprehensive ordinances that address single-use food serviceware as a suite of items rather than on an item-by-item basis. However, the success of these efforts is really contingent upon their implementation and ensuring that local businesses have the technical assistance they need to switch to reusables effectively. This action would foster the partnerships and investments necessary to ensure that local businesses have the technical assistance they need to source reduce plastic pollution. This action would also be supported by the project that Mark mentioned as part of his executive director report on the toolkit of alternative to single-use plastic for local governments, restaurants, and the food service sector. And I also wanted to mention that the investment described in this action could be leveraged to support implementations of the policies outlined in Action 1. Next slide, please. Action 7 would involve consulting with CalRecycle, GoBiz, and other relevant agencies, departments, and industry experts to evaluate opportunities for remanufacturing recycled plastic into durable and reusable products by the winter of 2022. We've included this action in response to the council discussion in September, and we're committed to consulting with other agencies and entities for technical guidance and expertise. Remanufacturing plastics is challenging due to the low cost of virgin materials and contamination in recycled material streams. The intent of this action is to explore opportunities in California to encourage the development of markets for recycled materials. Recommendations and next steps would be developed in collaboration with CalRecycle, GoBiz, and the recycling industry. Next slide, please. Action 8 would involve working with the Water Quality Monitoring Council and the Surface Water Quality Monitoring Program to develop statewide monitoring for macro and microplastics. The intent of this action would be to develop baseline information and the data necessary to track the effectiveness of our policies at a statewide scale. This data would also show us which communities bear the environmental and economic burdens of this problem. The development of this monitoring program is also critical to implementing the statewide microplastic strategy, which OPC, as I mentioned, will be developing by the end of 2021. Finally, this action builds on previous state investments in validating and standardizing trash monitoring methods. The OPC-funded Trash Monitoring Methods Validation Project is submitting their final report or playbook this week. This playbook will provide the training resources to perform monitoring methods and will recommend practices to harmonize and standardize the methods to facilitate statewide trash monitoring. Next slide, please. And finally, Action 9 would encourage changes in fishing and aquaculture gear materials and design to reduce the prevalence of plastics in fishing and aquaculture gear in consultation with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Fish and Game Commission. This action would also involve developing good operations and maintenance best management practices that would reduce the loss of plastics in California coastal waters. Lost fishing gear is one of the most impactful types of plastic pollution in the ocean. When gear is lost, it continues to fish and harm marine species and habitat. Gear loss is accidental, and reducing the use of plastic in fishing gear would prevent plastic loading to the ocean from this source. Next slide, please. That is everything I have, and I'm happy to take questions.
Well, thanks, Holly, and really do appreciate your good work on this. The goal to develop this list was to identify, actionable steps forward we can take at OPC that are complementing other departments and agencies' efforts as well as the legislatures. So I want to open it up to for opportunities for our council members to share thoughts, and hoping Secretary Blumenfeld that you could provide your thinking on this set of proposals, given your leadership in discussions with the legislature on recycling reform, and of course your oversight of CalRecycle.
First of all, big thanks, Mark and Holly and team. I know you start to realize that the job of OPC is sometimes herding cats, and in this particular case, I felt like one of those cats. So thank you for being so gracious in your herding of us and moving us to a place where we could all agree on what I think is a really comprehensive list. Luckily, we've got two incredible leaders in Ben Allen and Mark Stone from the legislature, who both championed vigorously these efforts. So I'm not going to speak to, they can speak maybe to kind of the legislative frame, but just in terms of what we can really do in this area, I think OPC has a pivotal role in one, helping coordinate, helping push, helping bring attention to this massive issue that the public, poll after poll after poll, shows that the public is sick and tired of the 10 million plus pounds of material that are going into the oceans every single year. And it's really kind of a time to say enough is enough, and coming up with a list, I think, helps us within the context of the strategic plan narrow the focus, work out metrics, work out partnerships, even thinking about how we engage with the UN. We spend a lot of time, Secretary Crofer, with things like the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Convention on Climate Change, but really understanding the role that international partnerships can play on this is super critical. And I view it as part of the materials management kind of circular economy focus that the governor has to make sure that California is once again a leader on this. And as Michael Brown's very involved in this as well, and so this is something that kind of cuts across all of our interests. But I would say we haven't been as dynamic and forward-looking on this as we have on many other environmental issues. And so, to me, this is a prod, and I really want to thank Rachel Wagner, the new incoming director of CalRecycle, and Caroline Godkin, and the entire team. Like, we stand ready, the water board, to roll up our sleeves and work out how we can collaboratively help implement this. But it's going to take political will. It's going to take coalition building to continue to push this, because I genuinely believe that the public thinks that this has been solved. Like, California's progressive, we do great environmental things. Surely we've worked out a way of doing this a little bit better. But to the presentation that Holly just gave us, there's still a massive amount of single-use disposable plastic. There's still plastic that's being sold every day in California that cannot be recycled anywhere in the United States, let alone anywhere else. And we're still under this misguided belief that somehow if we ship these off to the countries that still take them, even though we've had national sword and other restrictive policies that prevent us from shipping our waste, we still ship a lot of waste that isn't getting recycled. So at the end of the day, this is a great list. Look forward to implementing it collaboratively and collectively. And I will certainly be voting to approve it. So thank you.
Thanks so much. Assemblymember Stone.
Thank you. And I really appreciate seeing OPC being willing to take this step and provide some very, very clear direction here. Because even though as we went through that list, so much of what we are going to go study, we already know, and we know some of the impacts, but the problem is there's not, in all of the sectors that need to understand what the answers are, there's not that understanding or a willingness. And unfortunately, on the plastics issue, we're ultimately up against some very powerful and moneyed interests that have a vesting in the status quo. I'm amused to see and love to see the focus on the cigarette butts here. I tried a bill to do exactly that 3 times, and it was even hard to get a hearing here because there's not enough serious consideration of the impact of cigarette butts. But what we did find out is that the science shows, and it's not just some of the science, it's actually all of the science, shows that cigarette filters do nothing. It was a marketing ploy by the cigarette companies when the link to lung cancer was starting to be developed, and they convinced the public and people today that filters actually have a benefit. And the reality is that we polled, as we were running that bill, we polled several different agencies, and we very quickly collected over $100 million worth of taxpayer expense just cleaning up cigarette butts. And that was anecdotal and not done in a very scientific way. But the amount of money that taxpayers are spending just to clean up cigarette butts is astonishing. But that's a common theme in the plastics arena, that if you look at it and if we study plastics, and look at where the impacts are the worst, of course, it's the underserved communities. And why is that? It's because they don't have the money to do the cleanup that the industry relies on. So the manufacturers, the distributors, all of that supply chain that makes money on the use of single-use plastics are not contributing to the cleanup. So it's only those areas that have the benefit of volunteers, like coastal cleanup volunteers, or enough money in their coffers and the waste management side to be able to clean up the mess that is being made. So unless we can come up with strong extended producer responsibility or find other ways to fund this, it is always going to be the taxpayers who are cleaning up the plastic pollution that we find across the board. All of these things are very well known, and that's not to say we don't need to take some next steps, because I think one of the things that we desperately need is some validation of these concepts coming from groups like Ocean Protection Council and buy-in from CalRecycle and from all of these other organizations to be able to make it very, very clear that legislative action is necessary. We got very close last year with some bills, but not enough political will to take them over the finish line because of a lot of conflicting messages and that were brought into the legislative process, unfortunately. And those forces that want the status quo know how to work that. So what a lot of this work is being done, and OPC now being in the position of establishing leadership and then looking to implementation, because OPC, of course, does not implement. But organizations like CalRecycle and Department of Fish and Wildlife and others are going to be the implementers. And if we can help provide a strong framework for that implementation and build that political will within the legislature and administrative departments, because Secretary Bloomfield is right. California public is very clear about what we need to be doing, but we just have not been able to do that and get that done. Part of it is it's hard. We have to be smart in how we assist the creation, the building of market for recycled materials, for recycled plastics. For decades, when we shipped it offshore, we were just really ignoring that possibility. But now we can't and shouldn't be doing it, never should have been doing that. Had we had more progressive policies in the past where we could have built that capacity to help create markets for recycled plastics that then go into materials, we would be in a much stronger place right now. So yes, that notion that the public thinks it's already been solved is partly because we've spent so much time and energy on cleanup that people don't always see the impact, and they're not going into the communities where the impact is the greatest because they don't go and see what happens there where you don't have the resources to do the cleanup. So as long as those who are making the money off the manufacture and distribution of plastic products are not brought into being a part of the solution, that dynamic will, of course, have to continue. And we have to take responsibility as a state for breaking that dynamic and ensuring that we have other abilities and other resources to bring to bear to not just clean things up on the back end, but set incentives at the front end so that we're not bringing as much plastic product, especially single-use plastic product, into California and it leading to these problems that we're discovering. And I know we're going to talk about microplastics down the line, but when people start to realize where microplastics are showing up in drinking water, in bloodstreams, in human placentas, you start to really understand the scope of the potential problem. And as we wait for the science, I think we do know enough to want to take steps now, to need to take steps now. But that's been a common talking point against doing anything around even macroplastics is, well, the science isn't there. Well, we're just not sure of what the benefit is going to be. But I think we just need to look around and see what the detriment is. And look to the science and bring that science into policymaking, which really hasn't been done. We talk about it, but we haven't ultimately implemented it. And I think the legislature's record of combating plastic pollution is abysmal because of those forces that really have created this inertia around the status quo. So I'm excited about the steps that OPC can be taking now and helping to drive the other departments and get the legislature to be taking some of these issues more seriously, to be able to create a better framework and stop and take the burden off of local jurisdictions and the trash cleanup and the recycling side, and get the entire sort of plastics, the economy built around plastics, to contribute to real solutions to getting plastic out of our environment and be better managed. And just that microcosm of cigarette butts. I talked to a lot of smokers, and smokers, we're down to less than 12% of Californians smoke. But the most ubiquitous item in any kind of a cleanup anywhere are cigarette butts. So it's a very small population driving it. And they tell me they're not going to change their habits. They don't want a replaceable filter. They just want to smoke, and they're going to toss the butt. So we're not going to be able to change that behavior. It's $1,000 fine to toss a cigarette butt.
Yeah.
But how often do you see that happen? Because it's not enforceable. It's not able to be enforceable. And so for us to be smarter about how we look to solutions and bring the science to bear, even where that science is well established, but not wanting to be listened to, is ultimately the problem. So what I see from this framework is a lot of actionable items that then help us be able to make the point that I think everybody on this call already understands the point, but not enough policymakers yet do. And that's really where OPC, I think, can have leverage in pushing departments to look for solutions, putting on the table that solutions need to be had, so we no longer can hide behind the status quo and say, well, things are looking fine, when they're really not. So I'm hoping OPC makes a strong statement about plastics. It is long past time that we did that. And even though the focus right now is on pandemics and wildfires and other things, we cannot let this critical component go. So thank you. Happy to see this here. And I'm hoping for a very strong statement out of OPC to make sure that we can get this step taken.
Thanks so much, Assembly Member. Wise words. I have a hand up from the Lieutenant Governor, and then Mike Brown, and also want to give Senator Allen, who's joining by phone, a chance to jump in after Mike. Lieutenant Governor.
Secretary Crowfoot, thank you. Just a few short remarks, but first I'd just like to commend staff for their incredibly hard work in getting us here. Their lifetime of hard work in helping raise awareness for this incredibly important issue, and for getting us to a point where we have something that I'm going to be very proud to support when we vote on it. You know, when I think of the words California's Ocean Protections Council, and we think about California's role on the Pacific Rim and our long shoreline, when I think about the fact that through bipartisan governors, we have leaned in when it comes to not just the rhetoric around climate change and environmental protection, but in actions that have led the country and led the world. I'm very proud to see that the OPC is in a position right now to be able to review policy priorities and a list of policies that will also be the impetus for additional research and studies around the issue of plastics. I grew up in this beautiful state, and over many years living around the world, I have seen in the United States this epidemic of growth of plastic waste in my own recycling bin. And of course, the momentary feeling that it wasn't so bad if you can separate it and recycle it, to the broad recognition that our capacity to recycle, particularly in the international environment now of the limited ability to recycle, but also just the recognition that the generation of massive quantities of plastics is extremely bad for the oceans, extremely bad for human beings, and going to bury us if we do not take bold action. So it is, to me, absolutely appropriate that the OPC should be leading and should be making these recommendations that without question are going to be seen and heard and can be the standard bearer for the state and additional actions that we need to take at the state level, but also hopefully a wake-up call for the country and beyond, that we have a real problem. It should break everyone's heart every time you buy something at Target that's wrapped in 2, 3, 4 layers of plastics, plastics that seem to get more permanent feeling as we put them in our recycle bin, wondering where they're going to end up. Last weekend, I bought 2 pillows at Target wrapped in so much plastic that I almost didn't buy the pillows because I couldn't imagine what I was going to do with all of this waste, and how I knew too much to know that this was not okay, that a $25 pillow should not be causing what was going to result in a far more expensive process to do something with this durable plastic that it was wrapped in. So I'm very encouraged and very grateful. This is not about pointing fingers or casting aspersions, but about seeking partnership from those companies that are engaged in the sale of products that are wrapped in lots of plastic, as well as to the industry that is producing this, that this is not good for our children or our people, but it's not good for your children and your employees either. So very proud to be here, to be able to take a vote on this, and very encouraged for a process that hopefully we can all rally around to enact meaningful change in this important space. So thank you.
Well put. Thanks so much. Over to Mike, and then Senator Allen, I think, wants to get words in, and then over to Jordan. Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. I want to thank Holly for just an extraordinary level of work on this effort. This is an amazingly comprehensive view of what needs to happen. And I'm going to make a few comments about how to maybe enhance it a bit, but just all the comments of Secretary Bloomfield and the Lieutenant Governor, and I know the governor's interest in the issue, as well as our members of the legislature that are here representing the legislature on the council, Mark Stone and Ben Allen. This is an issue that California has struggled with, and this is our time to do something about it. What I appreciate about the effort is that it takes a pretty holistic view of what the role of plastics, and I'm actually going to use the term polymers, because for most people, plastics are what we colloquially will say, but it's really this larger function of polymers, whether they're made from fossil fuel or they're made from natural materials, which is coming increasingly into the marketplace. Polymers, essentially the problem we have is we do not look and have not designed a system to deal with the full life cycle of polymers and the way products are created, the materials are created, the way the products are created, how we use them, and what happens at the end of their life. And as a consequence, we have plastics all over the place and polymers, especially in the ocean and along our coast. And for me, it really comes down to what should be the role of plastics and polymers in society in general. and in California in particular. And that is a policy issue that I think is something that in the process of doing this set of actions, we can recommend to the legislature to say, what is it that we should be, what role should these materials be playing in the California economy and society? And I realize that this is really a global issue. It's not in the US and just in the US, it's everywhere. The fundamental problem is there's a whole lot of smart people who have developed ways of designing new polymers, new plastics for all kinds of uses, different new ways to produce them as well, and design and put them into products. But we've never really created a system, a fully functioning system to deal with the full life cycle of these materials. Essentially, that's the system happened by happenstance, and it is a system that fails in the end to serve us very well. Some of the specific things that we might want to add to this in some ways. I'm definitely going to vote for it, but maybe a few tweaks are appropriate. Although you recognize that there's a need to eliminate some problem polymers, polystyrene foam, for example, part of the problem is it's a free-for-all for what kinds of polymers are out there in commerce. And consequently, we're dealing with the detritus of plastics, single use, or the actual products themselves in trying to figure out end of life, simply because there's all these different kind of polymers that aren't easily sorted out, particularly if we're using single bin collection systems. There's, many of them don't have any recycling option whatsoever, and yet they're perfectly legal in commerce. And one of the, I think, policy issues is to take a look at, should there be all these different polymer types, regardless of whether they have different functions, performance, et cetera, out there in commerce. Second, we distinguish between polymers that can be recycled, polymers that can't be recycled, and polymers that can be composted. This is another example of a system failure. We do not have a functioning composting infrastructure in the state of California to deal with compostable polymers. I have friends, colleagues who ask me all the time, should I be buying or using compostable materials in the products that I make, or when I get single serve items? And my answer is, well, given that you do not have a way to compost most of those items, since they need to be composted in an industrial composting facility rather than your backyard composter, and even lots of people don't have access to backyard composting, we have a dysfunction. And if we're going to make a shift to increase the use of compostable polymers, we also need to make a shift and radically change the industrial composting infrastructure within the state. The next thing I want to suggest is on action item 5 in regards to extended producer responsibility. Over the years, EPR has had a really mixed track record as a policy. It hasn't always delivered the outcomes that policymakers envisioned for particular EPR strategies, at least the way they've been adopted. It doesn't necessarily facilitate recycling. It may put some of the impetus on the producers, or at least manufacturers that are incorporating polymers into their products. But I think we have to take a look at EPR as a policy and place it in the context of, again, what is the role of polymers in society and in California's economy in particular, and how is it that EPR is going to actually drive outcomes that we want to see? And not only the outcome of putting the cost of management at the end of life on either the manufacturers who choose to use polymers, or even further upstream on the polymer manufacturers themselves, but determine whether or not we will actually get the outcomes we want to see there. And to the extent that EPR is a possible policy tool, to analyze that potential policy tool in the degree to which it is consistent with creating circular systems, which in the end, I know is what the state is looking to do.
Mhm.
The last thing I want to mention is the issue of remanufacturing of plastics. The ability to recover polymer materials, process them, send them to some place that will bring them back into a form that can be used as a material in creating a product, requires not just an infrastructure and logistics, but it requires an industries to be willing to use those materials that are recovered, processed, and made available to be integrated back into new products. Much of the manufacturing industry, the product manufacturers that use those materials, are now located outside of California, outside of the United States, and elsewhere. Unless we're gonna have a general policy of encouraging reshoring of manufacturing, I'm skeptical that just simply recovering materials, processing them, turning them back into pellet or whatever so that they can be used again is actually gonna find markets available so that they'll be used in a cost-effective way. They may have to be shipped offshore to the places where the actual manufacturing into products occurs. And it's at least worth including in the analysis of the possibility of remanufacturing plastics, that bigger economy and the bigger, more circular system in which it would take place, to see what policies may be needed to actually make that happen. I would love to see more manufacturing being brought back here to California and across the US where these materials can be used. The last comment I'll say is, I don't think we're going to solve the plastics and polymers problem unless we radically change our thinking about how they should be used in life, and the amount of plastics be essentially scaled way down to opportunities that actually fundamentally need what plastics can deliver, polymers can deliver, and nothing else in society. Thanks.
Mhm. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Senator Allen found a safe spot to join us from his car. I know he was joining on phone, but thanks, Senator. Over to you.
Well, it's so good to see everybody, and I am trying to drive instead of fly from Los Angeles, my district, up to Sacramento for session today in as COVID safe a manner as I possibly can. And I was desperately trying to find a safe place to pull over when I heard you call my name, Wade. So I found I'm literally here at a rest area on the border between Fresno and Merced counties. But I quickly jotted down some comments. I listened to all the comments very carefully. And I just want to say that I associate myself with everything that's been said. I certainly thank the staff for all the hard work that went into this series of recommendations. And I'm glad to see, there's so many good things in here. First of all, I love all the stuff about technical assistance. I think it will be immensely helpful for local governments, and in fact, all various levels of government, to be able to benefit from the technical expertise of the Ocean Pacific Council. It got me thinking about a lot of different things, and there's a lot of things that have also been brought up in the conversation that I do want to raise. First of all, I do very much appreciate the comments, kind of the frame of the Coastal Cleanup Day. I think that's an important thing to think about, and I certainly, as a member of the Ocean Pacific Council, we care a great deal about litter, and we care a great deal about the litter that ends up in the ocean. So there's no question about that. But I do think that it's one of only several frames we ought to be looking at when it comes to what we ought to focus on. And I really do think we have to engage, and there's a little bit about this in the recommendation, but we do have to engage in conversations with our cities and our waste managers. The cities, as has been alluded to by some of the previous comment, the cities are getting absolutely hammered right now because of the fact that they are basically being asked to hold the bag when it comes to all of the issues that have been raised earlier in the discussion with regards to the dysfunction of our plastics and waste management system writ large. It's regular folks who pay their rates that are being asked to now pay more and more because our system is so dysfunctional. And so, in addition to consulting the coastal cleanup data, we also need to be engaging in close conversation with representatives from local government to talk to them about what plastics have become most problematic to them. What is making it more difficult for us to actually, just logistically difficult for us to have a more coherent collection, sorting, and recycling system? Are there certain types of plastics, for example, that have made it much more challenging? And so I certainly, want to make sure that they're brought into the conversation. I will say, I heard Jared's comments about how many members of the public think that things have been solved, and that he did say that we're still having a lot of problems. It's not just that we're still having problems. With respect, Mr. Secretary, and I want to thank you for your incredible leadership in this area. We're not still having problems. I mean, the problems are getting worse, right? I mean, speaking to what the Lieutenant Governor alluded to, the amount of plastic that consumers are being asked to utilize just through the normal course of business, just by wanting to go buy some pillows, for example. The number of items, regular items that did not used to require single-use throwaway plastic that now do, is skyrocketed. And that impact is being felt on our oceans, our streams, and of course also our cities and our waste management system. So it really does get back, because it speaks to the need for a more comprehensive approach, certainly along the lines of what we were working on with SB 54, AB 1080. And I just want to thank Assemblymember Stone. He talked a little bit about the challenges that we've had getting that and other bills across the finish line. And I also want to thank him for his leadership in fighting the good fight, as we almost got that important piece of legislation passed through the Assembly. Obviously, we're coming back. There's a raft of bills that have been submitted, both a redux of SB 54. We have a ballot measure that's been placed on the ballot. It's already qualified, or at least it's eligible for the next election. That will really push the envelope if passed. Right now, it pulls through the roof, and so that will be part of a fascinating negotiation. I want to thank Rachel and Jared and others who've been engaged in that negotiation, that conversation as well. There's some really interesting bills. We've got a bill that relates to truth in marketing when it comes to people who put those chasing arrows on their packages, sometimes with absolutely no data or any evidence real world evidence to show that their items are actually getting recycled, let alone are truly recyclable in a real world context. My colleague Lorena Gonzalez on the Assembly side has a fascinating bill that speaks to some of the items that have been, especially in item 1 on the agenda, that deals with the question of international exports and the fact that we shouldn't be giving people recycling credit just if they ship off the item, with no mind toward what's actually happening to the item. The truth of the matter is, we were basically sweeping this problem under the rug for years, sending our stuff off to China. And while a certain fraction of our recycling was actually being recycled in China or elsewhere in Asia, an enormous portion of it was getting tossed into the rivers, was getting incinerated. It's part of the reason why China decided to implement its national sword policy in the first place, because in the end of the day, it was becoming such an environmental problem that whatever good we were seeking to gain through the amount of items that were truly getting recycled, it was getting outweighed by the bad being created by the pollution, both air and water pollution in Asia relating to our recyclables. And it's really depressing to watch video footage of beaches throughout Southeast Asia now with items that they film, ARP cards from California that are now sitting on a beach in Indonesia. Items from California businesses that are sitting on beaches and at the bottom of the ocean all throughout Asia, partly because of how broken that entire system was. So it gets to the fact that, and this is what Commissioner Brown was talking about, we would solve this polymer problem, we'd solve a lot of these broader problems if we really got down to a system that forced recyclability, real recyclability and compostability, real compostability, not just theoretical recyclability and compostability and reusability, but real world recycling and composting and reusing, holding producers responsible for ensuring that their products don't end up in the waste stream, don't end up in our pollution stream, but end up being turned into something else or composted or reused. And that's, of course, what EPR is supposed to be about. I totally recognize, I think the commissioner's comments on EPR are spot on, and maybe we should look to tweak the language a little bit here in the proposal to ensure that we are being smart about EPR. I will say from our perspective, deep in the mix on the legislative side, I would love if we could push up the date on OPC's information gathering with regards to EPR, because that would be helpful to us. That would help to inform us as we are kind of grappling with various policy solutions, and it would help us in real time. I'm concerned that while this stuff is super interesting, and will definitely be helpful to us no matter when the data comes out, given the fact that we've got this ballot measure, the deadlines are coming up on that. We've got a series of bills that we've proposed. And by the way, we've also proposed these bills as part of a national effort spearheaded by the National Conference of Environmental Legislators. There's similar legislation now proposed in New York and Maryland and Oregon and Washington and Hawaii and elsewhere around the country. So whatever data we could come up with on the EPR side fast, and maybe there could be some sort of preliminary study that we could come up with earlier, that could help to inform the legislative process, not only here in California, but among some of our sister states, and indeed with our federal partners who are finally looking to take this issue seriously too, under the leadership of Congressman Lowenthal and a number of others in cooperation with the Biden and Harris administration. So that's all good stuff. The other thing I would ask for for people to consider is what are we going to do to lead by example as a state? With regards to procurement practices. We had SB 1335. I hear rumors of a possible bill coming together along these lines on the Assembly side. I'm certainly encouraged by that and want to be involved with that effort. But I also, I know the Recycling Commission is doing some work and they've got some preliminary recommendations in this area as well. But I really do think that the OPC could take a leadership role in helping to nudge the state, push the state to lead by example effectively when it comes to plastics policy, procurement, best practices within our own offices. I'm sometimes a little disturbed by what I see even within our own Capitol, the plastic, the plastic use and the lack of leadership that we sometimes even show. And I think we could do a lot statewide. I know there's been a little bit of work alluding to this in executive orders I know we've got a couple members of our cabinet here and our lieutenant governor as well. The more we can do as members of the OPC to push our state government to lead by example in this space, I think the better. And I would certainly encourage if we, love to see that added into this item as well. There's such good stuff here. I want to thank the staff. I do think we can always do more. The OPC is a place where we are faced with the implications of our boneheaded practices every single day, because it's our friends at the OPC who are studying the impacts of societal behavior. And it's really, I think the OPC is in such a strong place to drive home the moral case for much more aggressive action. And so I see this as an important step, but really just almost a first step as we have to take much more bold action to address this problem, which is ultimately both a local problem and also a global problem. And I want to thank the OPC for bringing the need for UN action and global action to our attention as well. And I'd love to work with Assemblymember Stone to see if we can get a joint resolution through the legislature to encourage our federal partners. And I hope maybe we can do it maybe in cooperation with gubernatorial and OPC leadership, cabinet leadership, to encourage our federal partners to start that conversation as well at the global level with regards to a UN treaty, which obviously we there's some work that's been done in that space, but much more needs to be done. So as I say, congratulations to everyone who's worked on this. I would like to see some strength in language on leading by example with regards to procurement, and also see if we could get at least some preliminary data reporting on EPR earlier rather than later to help our legislative efforts. And with that, I support these efforts fully, and I just want to thank my fellow council members as well for recognizing the severity of this problem and the need for action now.
Thanks so much, Senator. Duly noted on those suggestions. Let's move to Jordan. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. And I know we're under a time crunch, and I'll be as brief as possible. In general, I just want to say a huge thank you to Holly and everyone within the OPC staff who put this wonderful, wonderful list together. I really appreciate the emphasis in particular on full life cycle, manufacturing, remanufacturing, disposal, processing, and more, and not just isolating kind of one part of the problem. And also on the range from policy to pilots and technical exploration, information gathering, and et cetera. The impacts obviously that we know about from plastics are terrifying, and the prevalence of how far they've gotten through the ecological cycle, whether we're talking about detection in rainwater, and so going to microplastics now, or how deep we're seeing them in the sea in creatures who never get anywhere near the surface. It's terrifying, and that's even before we get to the questions about how much we don't know, as everyone has discussed. Fellow council members have made fantastic points about the collaboration and the push needed to really make progress. I personally could not support this action item anymore. And I do also wholeheartedly endorse the suggestions that have been made, including especially the comments about EPR. I really enjoy Senator Allen's suggestion about moving up the timeline for some of the information gathering and sharing. The questions around compostable products and how those are handled. And again, in general, just how do we create real momentum around this? So I kind of wanted to just actually ask an operational question, which is purely around how we made sure that OPC has the capacity to be able to take all of this on. Holly, I think the world of you. You know that we think the world of you. If we could just clone you 1,000 times, we should do that. But there is a real question around, there's a lot of substantive requirements and work envisioned in this. A lot of, as Secretary Blumenfeld said, a lot of cat herding that's required, shepherding partners, technical assistance, which is fantastic. All of these things are wonderful, and they're so desperately needed. But I just want to ask, I should say, whether we are creating a significant new mandate, and if we also have the resources to go along with that. And if not, is there anything that we need to also likewise consider so that we're not just constantly increasing OPCs, the ask that we're making of the staff, but also making sure you guys have the resources to take it on. So I don't know if that's additional people or liaisons, or maybe you have all this covered, but want to make sure that we tap tackle that. Again, in the spirit of we desperately need action in this area, this is a fantastic list of recommendations, and it would be really wonderful to make sure that OPC is really in a place to powerfully push forward. So just posing that question.
That's an excellent question. Let me turn to Mark and ask for your response.
The response is that it's the role of OPC to work with our partner departments and agencies. I think you heard in Secretary Blumenfeld's introductory remarks, this is a big priority for Cal EPA, a big priority for Cal Recycle. State Water Board obviously has set literally national leading policy on these issues. So they've been working on this from a regulatory perspective. And we do have bond dollars that we end up using consultants to play the role that otherwise staff would do. Of course, could we use more staff? Of course so, and that would be the case. But we just need to be innovative and entrepreneurial in getting this done, and that's the plan. So that's where we're at.
Thanks so much, Mark. Great question. I want to provide an opportunity for public comment because I know we've got folks that have been patient and want to share their views. Before we do, I understand that Secretary Blumenfeld will be called to the legislature soon to testify on his agency's budget. So your alternate, Brenna Sheldon, will be joining us. But Jared, I just wanted to make sure if you had any follow-up comments before we may lose you during public comment.
I mean, just teeing off the remarks, while there's a lot in the record and a lot of jurisdictional information on EPR and a lot of information on EPR in California, I think, the sooner, in terms of prioritizing the list of 9 or 10 items, I'd agree that seems like a good one. So, and then the second thing we heard, I think, was around procurement. So maybe something around, our staff working with DGS and Cal Recycle to think through procurement strategies would be great. And yeah, hopefully hopefully Brenna will concur that it makes sense. But, it's now on her conscience. I have to, yeah. But awesome work to the team. Really appreciate. I mean, I think, Wade, you can hear from everyone's enthusiasm and passion. Like, this is a big issue. People want to get engaged. I'm really thrilled. And to Mark's final point that he just made, it's all about the implementation. So how we think about, which we haven't talked about in this context, the trash TMDL, and there's a lot of work that's happening on making sure that receiving waters don't have trash and plastic, as well as all the work that we could be doing into the future on EPR. Like, there's a lot to do. So I'm just looking forward to engaging with everyone in their individual and work capacities to get this done. And thanks again to Mark and Holly for all their work.
Thanks so much. And I'll underscore what you've observed, which is, to a person, everybody on this council has great passion and commitment on this. And it seems like, now is the moment. On our watch, we've collectively, come to understand the scope and the gravity of the plastics crisis. So I think we're all focused on, working to leave a legacy where California is leading the world. So much to come. Let's shift to public comment. And again, if you're joining by computer, you can indicate your desire to share comments by raising your hand, virtual hand, on the using the raise hand button. Or if you're by phone, you can press #2. There will be an opportunity at the end of our discussion to have public comment on any manner of topics. But again, we'll ask you, if you're making public comment on this item, to please address the topic at hand and the council's resolution on plastics. Each person will have up to 2 minutes to provide comment, and we'll show a timer on the screen. And I'll turn it over to James to, if you would, call on the person to speak, and then the person that you're asking to get ready to speak after them.
Hello, Secretary Crowfoot, it's Holly. I will be handling comments.
Great.
The comments part. Our first commenter is going to be John Armstrong, followed by Richard James. John, you are now able to speak. It looks like you're still muted though, John.
Okay, now I'm not, right?
Correct.
I will keep it really brief. What you people need is an elaboration a short elaboration on the medical problems that people can get involved with, because the formalized research done by PhDs in this area almost always just, they mention the categories only. But if you had a short list, printed double both sides on the, like the epidemics, for instance, the digestive disease epidemics, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, just a list that would help. I've been writing medical software for alternative and conventional medical for about 20 years. And I've also got a lot of experience in state and federal government and working with agents on medical applications. So I can do this. I have your names. I'll get it to you in emails. There's no way I can cover anything like that right now. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Our next speaker is going to be Richard James, followed by Anna Zivian. Richard, you now can speak.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. First, some comments on source reduction. I'd like to invite everybody on this call, if they have the opportunity, to go and visit the homeless camps along the east shore of San Francisco Bay in Berkeley. You could go to Gilman Avenue, University Avenue, Ashby Avenue, you can go down into Oakland, and the amount of debris that makes its way into the bay from those camps is astonishing. I highly recommend you go and have a visit. We need to get these people housed and whatnot to get them off the streets. My main comments are regarding item 9 in Holly's excellent presentation regarding shellfish and fishing debris that gets into the ocean. I've been spending the past decade cleaning up the beaches of Marin, Point Reyes, and Tomales Bay of all manner of trash, including crab fishing gear, and shellfish gear. The comment regarding accidental distribution of fishing gear, while true, I want to make sure everyone's aware that there are a subset in the crab fishing community that behave very poorly out on the ocean. And they do, when they feel slighted by fellow fishermen, they take direct action against the other fishermen, which causes hundreds of traps to go missing into the ocean and all the rope and buoys to wash ashore and get ground into powder. So we need to make sure that the fishermen are behaving properly out there. And regarding best management practices within the shellfish industry, I wrote up proposed BMPs and delivered them to my very first Fish and Game Commission back in March of 2015 in Santa Rosa. We're still waiting for the department to develop BMPs. The California Coastal Commission implemented those BMPs. I actually helped them write some of their BMPs that are incorporated into the Coastal Development Plan document. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think the Coastal Commission has an excellent set of BMPs to just incorporate into what OPC does. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Very helpful contribution.
Our next speaker is going to be Anna Zivian, followed by Eben Schwartz. And sorry, Anna, you now have the floor.
Hi, Chair Crowfoot, council members. I'm Anna Zivian, Senior Research Fellow at Ocean Conservancy. Thanks for the opportunity. We applaud the recommended actions and support endorsement. We've submitted written comments and would like to highlight our support and offer some suggestions for several actions in particular. Recommendation 1 appropriately prioritizes policies that phase out unnecessary single-use plastics while advancing recycled content standards to create greater demand for recycled plastics, thus reducing dependence on virgin plastics. Similarly, as Assemblymember Stowe noted, cigarette butts have long been the #1 item of debris found in beaches during cleanups. Prohibiting filters and cigarettes would swiftly eliminate this. It's also critical that the private sector designs for circularity and takes greater financial responsibility for the entire life cycle of the plastic products they produce. Recommendation 5 will help determine the most appropriate form of EPR for California. We appreciate acknowledgement of frontline and environmental justice communities. However, the recommended actions could go farther. We recommend adding language to recommendation 1 to ensure that new recycling and composting facilities are cited such that A, they do not disproportionately affect EJ communities and ideally even lift burdens from these communities, and B, provide jobs that pay well. And to actualize the environmental justice goals, recommendation 8 should prioritize monitoring in EJ communities as it's moving forward. To reduce the harm posed by lost fishing gear, our Global Ghost Gear Initiative in 2017 launched the best practice framework for the management of fishing gear that's been adopted by companies and in national and regional marine debris and fisheries management action plans, and are developing best practices for aquaculture to be finalized in April. We're encouraged by OPC's proposal to work with CDFW to develop best practices for California fisheries and look forward to working with OPC in this critically important pursuit and in all its efforts to reduce ocean plastic pollution. Thank you. Sorry for the speed.
Okay. Our next speaker is going to be Eben Schwartz, followed by Ariel Orr. Eben, you now have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you all commissioners. My name is Eben Schwartz. I'm the Marine Debris Program Manager for the California Coastal Commission. And first I want to say that I really appreciate how thoughtful all of you are as council members on this issue, and I really appreciated hearing all of your input. I'd like to commend staff, especially Holly, for the thoughtful and comprehensive set of actions that are put forward to address plastic pollution. The Coastal Commission is the state's longtime lead on beach and inland waterway cleanups, as well as public education efforts around this issue. And so we well know that while cleanup and education are important components of solutions moving forward, they cannot be standalone solutions. The actions that you've proposed truly get at the source reduction side of this equation, which is what we need to truly reduce California's contributions to this global plastic pollution challenge. So I just want to thank you again for the proposed actions, and the Coastal Commission is looking forward to working collaboratively with you as we move to implement them and move even beyond these actions towards true solutions to plastic pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Eben, and thank you and the Coastal Commission staff for all the work that you do. This is certainly a partnership on this topic and so many others at OPC, so many thanks.
Our next speaker is Ariel Orr, followed by Mijo Laguerre. Ariel, you can now speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. I'm Ariel Orr, Policy Intern with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. Our mission is to protect and sustain the unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin County. We support the staff's recommendation of these actions to address plastic pollution. EAC is concerned with the negative impacts that plastic pollution has on the environment and wildlife, and we have also been supportive of Marin County's forthcoming reusable foodware ordinance. We've also participated in the ocean litter strategy when possible, including endorsing recommendations to address marine debris and aquaculture gear loss. Endorsing these actions is a critical step forward in addressing a major environmental concern, and we support these actions. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Mijo Laguerre, followed by Hoyen Ip. Mijo, you now have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. My name is Mijo Laguerre, and I'm the Plastic Pollution Policy Coordinator with the Surfrider Foundation. Overall, we're in support of the recommended actions and ask the council members to endorse these. The time to act is now to tackle the plastic pollution crisis, and the OPC has the opportunity to be a global leader. I would also like to offer up the following comments. For action number 1, we support all the listed policy components, but would like to know how exactly OPC would play a role in advancing and implementing these. It would be helpful to add more detail. Also, emphasis should be placed on reduction first, then prevention. For action number 2, in addition to funding and analysis, helping to support existing reuse and refill operations and pilot projects should be added. The pandemic has hurt their operations, and they could also provide valuable insights to your analysis. For action number 3, we would also like to see the OPC urge the Biden administration to ratify the Basel Convention. The convention protects developing countries from rich industrialized countries that export waste to those countries that cannot properly manage them, resulting in dumping and pollution. Assemblymember Cristina Garcia is leading a joint resolution in the legislature, and it's AJ4. Thank you, Senator Allen, for being a co-author. And regarding action 5, we like that the foodware is included. Extended producer responsibility for packaging and foodware is a topic being explored by state legislators outside of California, and this analysis would be very beneficial. And I like the idea of also moving up the timeline for that. Regarding action number 6, Surfrider has extensive resources such as our Ocean Friendly Restaurant program, which has developed a guide for single-use plastic alternatives already. We also recently released a comprehensive foodware policy toolkit that highlights components of successful foodware policies along with model language. And Assemblymember Stone alluded to my final thought, which is that it would be beneficial for OPC staff to work with legislators to develop, support, and pass bills with similar components so these actions can be pursued from a different avenue and would also be mandated. We look forward to the continued engagement, and thank you, Holly, for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miho. Next speaker is going to be Hoyen Ip, followed by Heather Podal. Hoyen, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Hoyen Ip. I am a cleanup volunteer with the Sierra Club. I'm also a member of the Plastics Subcommittee of City of Newport Beach and Orange County Trash and Debris Task Force. So first I want to say thank you for this work, and actually for your work on plastic over the years. And this particular set of actions seem to be a bit overwhelming, so I'm eager to help. And I want to echo many points many times you pointed out that this is a coalition work. So how can we help to promote this work on different levels of governments, from the local level to say the regional boards and Cal Recycle? I mean, we talk to all different agencies too, right? Now, one thing I want to point out is that in your effort with governments, particularly local governments, I would encourage you to work more with the governments in the conservative areas. I mean, what Berkeley is doing does not touch Orange County's heart. Essentially, everybody understands the plastic crisis, even people in the conservative areas. But we, the local governments here, just need a little bit push, a little bit extra encouragement. So we are really eager to work with you on that. Lastly, I want to echo one point Upstream pointed out, that it would be really nice to fund a study of the potential climate benefits of state regulations that mandate a transition to reusable packaging. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for all your leadership and championing, and that's a great final suggestion.
Next up is Heather Podal, followed by Alexis Jackson. Heather, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Heather Podal. I'm the Partnerships and Advocacy Manager for FiberShed. We're a California nonprofit dedicated to establishing regionally based fiber and textile systems that also build soil and biosphere health. My comments are regarding the need to specifically address fiber and textiles within the upcoming statewide microplastic strategy. As research increasingly highlights fiber as a predominant component of microplastic contamination, both globally and in California, we encourage the Council to look all the way to the source of microplastic fiber pollution, which is synthetic fiber and textiles. As we noted in our written comments, filtration at the level of individual washing machines or wastewater treatment is not a sufficient solution. We need to approach systemically this pollution stream. And so we hope the microplastic strategy will include extended producer responsibility frameworks that are specific to clothing and textile products. Also, as fiber from synthetic textiles inherently leak microplastics into the environment, both through washing and daily use, recycling programs that produce plastic fibers only exacerbate the proliferation of microplastic pollution. So it's critical that the state microplastic strategy ensure that much needed recycling initiatives in our state don't support the use of recycled plastic from PET bottles or any other source as a source material for polyester fibers. And finally, shifts to favor reduced use and waste of synthetic fiber products in our state can be paired with efforts to improve biodiversity, ecosystem health, mitigate climate change, and stimulate regional economic recovery through building a higher level of support for regional natural fiber production and processing. Thank you so much for your work and the opportunity to make these comments. I look forward to following up and offering any additional resources and support that we can.
Thank you, Heather.
Our next speaker is going to be Alexis Jackson, followed by Lindsay Stovall. Alexis, you have the floor.
Hi, Alexis Jackson with the Nature Conservancy. TNC really appreciates and supports the list of actions that have been provided by the OPC, and we'd just like to add the following additional points. First, we really need to think about supporting the longevity of existing lost gear recovery programs and to think about expanding their use across trap-based state fisheries. TNC has played a long-standing role in trialing some of these locally led discovery or gear recovery programs and recognizes their merits in scaling. And so we really think as a complement to draft recommendation 9, in addition to gear redesign, that we should think about how we prioritize funding sources for existing programs and future programs as we move forward. Second, we should think about how we can be investing in technologies to improve data reporting and monitoring. Without that higher quality data, it's very difficult for decision makers to do things like identify baseline pollution rates and to evaluate the impact of plastics policies on reducing flows. And so we can really begin by creating new monitoring systems and complementary databases that allow us to better organize that information and leverage technology as a tool to ensure that we're getting near real-time information to inform more adaptive decision-making. And then finally, just wanted to point towards the importance of adopting comprehensive policy to reduce plastic production, especially around the single-use space. We know that there's no silver bullet to address this problem. And so really need to think about what is the right and thoughtful combination or simultaneous suite of policies that can really help us accomplish the magnitude of change that's necessary instead of taking a piecemeal policy by policy approach. So just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to comment today and really looking forward to partnering with the OPC and others on this important issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexis.
Next speaker is going to be Lindsay Stovall, followed by Emily Parker. Lindsay, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Lindsay Stovall, and I'm actually here today on behalf of the American Chemistry Council. ACC would like to request that the OPC hold off on final endorsement of these recommendations in order to provide some more time for public comment. The recommendations were just released on Friday prior to the 3-day weekend, which did not provide much time for review. Provided that some of these recommendations will impact a broad swath of the state's economy, some additional time to comment would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay, our next speaker is Emily Parker, followed by Amanda McGee. Emily, you now have the floor.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Emily Parker, and I'm the coastal and marine scientist with Heal the Bay. Heal the Bay supports the endorsement of today's proposed recommended actions to address plastic pollution in California and would like to offer some necessary additions. At the September 2020 OPC meeting, we submitted written comment with suggestions for this list of actions, including investments in source reduction and comprehensive policy approaches. We're excited to see the list of actions proposed today containing our suggestions, particularly actions 1, 2, and 5. And we do agree with Secretary Blumenfeld's comments to prioritize extended producer responsibility. In Los Angeles, we've been faced head on with massive increases in the use of single-use plastics, particularly foodware and food packaging, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're therefore particularly supportive of action item 6 to assist in the implementation of local comprehensive foodware ordinances, as these pieces of legislation are essential. We highly recommend some additions to further strengthen this list of actions. In action 1, we recommend adding language to encourage and pass comprehensive legislation that addresses plastic pollution holistically, such as SB 54 and the Plastic Free California ballot initiative, and to direct resources to funding supportive actions for such types of legislation. We also recommend adding language to discourage legislation that prioritizes recycling efforts over source reduction and producer responsibility, as recycling alone is ineffective, and these types of legislation are harmful and stall efforts to truly reduce plastic pollution. In addition, we recommend adding language that prioritizes just and equitable financial support and incentive programs for plastic pollution reduction to communities that are disproportionately affected, such as low-income communities and communities of color. Finally, we second the recommendations of Upstream to add an authorization of CalRecycle to set meaningful goals to transition to reusable and refillable formats, and to ensure that CalRecycle moves towards reduction, reuse, and refill instead of focusing on recycling alone. OPC has the responsibility to use their authority and funding power to push the state to take bold action on plastic pollution now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily.
Our next speaker is Amanda McGee, followed by Nick Martorano. Amanda, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Amanda McGee. I'm with the State Water Board Division of Water Quality, the unit chief for the Strategic Stormwater Planning Unit. I'd just like to give an update on what we're doing here at the State Water Board related to plastics, and also to express support on the urgency to reduce plastic pollution in our waterways. At the State Board, we continue to work with OPC on issues related to plastic pollution. More recently, several programs at the State Water Board have been engaged in the OPC's Plastic Pollution Steering Committee, which is mostly geared towards developing a coordinated statewide approach for reducing plastic pollution and mitigating associated risk. The mission of that committee is to leverage state agency expertise and authority on complementary efforts to achieve a goal of zero plastic pollution entering state waters by 2030. The steering committee will work to maximize efficacy and resources through collaboration, and will develop plastic pollution reduction policies and public outreach through implementation of its work plan. And so here at the water boards, we are tackling the issue of microplastics, and we understand that more research is needed to fully understand the impacts and risks. Both the Division of Drinking Water and the Division of Water Quality are actively involved in this topic. The State Water Board adopted a definition of microplastics in drinking water in June of 2020. And we are developing standardized analytical methods and risk-based threshold for drinking water. We're working with the Southern California Coast Water Research Project on this effort, and we anticipate that proposed risk-based thresholds and management strategies will be released in June of 2021, along with standardized analytical methods. Those are expected to be finalized in 2021 as well. The State Water Board is evaluating available microplastic data for the upcoming 2024 integrated report cycle to determine if microplastics are impairing beneficial uses, especially uses related to aquatic life and for waters within San Francisco Bay. So we continue to support what OPC is doing, and thank you for these presentations.
Thank you for all the work the Water Board is doing, and certainly we're committed to continuing that partnership.
Next speaker is Nick Martorano, followed by Catherine O'D. Nick, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. My name is Nick Martorano. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for the Office of Information Management and Analysis at the State Water Board. I am also the Director for the Water Quality Monitoring Council. And I likewise am here today to iterate my support for the strategic actions outlaid in item 4. They are complementary to much of the work that's being done at the Water Board, which has been highlighted by my colleague Amanda McGee, related to the trash provisions, as well as the Division Drinking Water work that will be highlighted by my colleague Scott Coffin in a future comment. It's also specific to item or strategic action 8, as the relates to coordination with the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. We have put together a California trash monitoring work group, much in response to the work that's being funded by OPC's playbook that was discussed by Holly Wire, and our partnership within the Plastic Pollution Steering Committee. And that group is very active and includes a partnership of many stakeholders throughout the state, focused on not only trash, but specifically plastic prevention through homeless encampments, collecting data through citizen science, as well as how to manage the data and make it interoperable, and so we can leverage the data being collected and make sure it's being used to its fullest. So again, we just fully support the endorsement of these actions and are looking forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for all your work.
Catherine O'D is our next speaker. Secretary Crowfoot, she is the last person to raise her hand during the allotted time frame.
Thanks so much.
Catherine, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Catherine O'Day, and I am the Executive Director of Save Our Shores, a nonprofit that protects our coastal environment, particularly along the Central Coast. I would like to first say thank you to Holly and everyone at the OPC for putting together a comprehensive plan, and in particular for conducting stakeholder outreach during the development of that plan. I feel like we had an opportunity to comment as it was being developed, and that's much appreciated. I have just a couple of comments. I'd like to echo a previous speaker who talked about the need to pull out and more carefully define microfibers as an issue within the microplastics category. She made all excellent points. I have two additional ones. It would seem to me that, or it's obvious to me from studies, that this is a type of plastic pollution that is most impacting human health. So not only the environment, but it's microfibers that we are largely seeing in our drinking water, in our fish, in our salt, in honey, in beer, and in our bloodstream and other parts of human systems. My next comment is on EPR. I think, as Senator Allen mentioned, there is effort at the national level. I think it's very encouraging to see California stepping up to be among those leaders. And if states try to enact individual EPR, soon you're going to have industry screaming for a national policy because they do not want 50 different ones. So I think a collaborative effort from multiple states to say they're going to take action is really essential. And then my last comment is to urge support, OPC support of the Basel Convention, if it is not already part of actions that are going to be taken in support of the UN Convention. Thank you so very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Catherine. So let's move then back to our council discussion. I was pretty amazed, maybe but not surprised, by just the sophistication of public comment we received and all of the good suggestions made. And I think Holly and Mark, one sort of key finding for me is just as we advance all of our plastics work in OPC is to create opportunities for stakeholders, allies to work with us, whether that's, staff-driven workshops or what have you, just a lot of really good suggestions. I heard both through council discussion and public comment, a suggestion for at least a few amendments to the resolution. And I wanted to list them, and we can explore together whether we would approve these amendments before we consider action on the final resolution. Let me, for a moment, welcome Brenna to the discussion. Inspiring background you have on your screen.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Brenna works with Secretary Blumenfeld and is his voting alternate here today. So thanks so much. So here are the amendments that I heard being suggested. The first would be expedite implementation of the research and assessment on extended producer responsibility and provide any preliminary findings of this assessment as possible. That would be first, this need to address this as I think few of us have indicated. Number two would be to partner with other state agencies, including the Department of General Services and CalRecycle, to advance state procurement policies that position California as a global leader on source reduction. So to Senator Allen's point around including something on state procurement policies and walking the walk, I do think identifying the council's direction to staff to work proactively with those other departments to develop these procurement policies would make good sense. The third suggestion I heard, at least that resonated with me, is to ensure that we are prioritizing impacted communities or disadvantaged communities in our policies, including addressing concerns around citing any additional recycling facilities within disadvantaged communities, and also prioritizing monitoring in and around impacted communities. And then fourth amendment I might list for your consideration, Council, is just one that I came up with, which was, given the passion on this issue, to have a report back in several months or a year's time on the implementation of this. So we actually schedule an item to bring focus to how much progress we're making. So those are the four amendments. I would open conversation here with council members on any additional comments you have after public comment, and then specifically also on whether these four amendments are acceptable. And again, I would be glad to repeat them. Senator Allen, I see you navigating the road while contributing here. Be safe.
All right. Yes. Can I move adoption with those four amendments that you outlined?
Thank you. I just want to recognize that Senator Allen has moved adoption of the resolution.
Wait, hold on. I don't think Senator Allen can do that since he's ex officio, so it would have to actually come from another member.
You're right. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Got too excited.
All right.
May I move it or?
Yes,
All right.
indeed.
So thank you, Senator Allen. I will happily move this for adoption along with the four amendments that you just outlined.
Thank you. Lieutenant Governor has moved the action. Do we have a second?
Second.
Excellent. Jen or colleague, can you bring us through a roll call?
Yes, we don't need to do a roll call, but we can. Secretary Crowfoot.
Aye.
Brenna Sheldon.
Aye.
Michael Brown.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
And Councilmember Diamond.
Aye.
The
Excellent.
Yes, it passes with amendments. Thank you all.
The resolution passes and our work continues. Big thanks again to Holly and the whole team at OPC, as well as all of the thoughtful public comment that we had here today. We look forward to hearing progress in coming months. Let's move to the next item, which is item number 5 on the agenda, and it's an action item. And it's the consideration of authorization to disperse Proposition 68 funds for coastal resilience projects. This funding would advance goal number 1 in our strategic plan, which is to safeguard coastal and marine ecosystems and communities in the face of climate change. And here today to present this, we have Michaela Miller, one of our Sea Grant Fellows.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and council members. My name is Michaela Miller, and I'm the 2020 Climate Change Sea Grant Fellow, and I've been working on the Proposition 68 Coastal Resilience Grant Program. Next slide, please. So just some quick background. Prop 68 is the California Drought, Water, Parks, Climate, Coastal Protection, and Outdoor Access for All Act of 2018, and it was approved by voters in June of 2018. Chapter 10 of Prop 68 allocates $21.2 million to OPC for a competitive grant program for projects that assist coastal communities with adaptation to climate change. More specifically, this solicitation is for projects or research that will address, create, or implement nature-based solutions and other sea level rise adaptation strategies. All recommended projects directly implement Strategic Plan Objective 1.1 and build resiliency to sea level rise, coastal storms, erosion, and flooding. Next slide, please. So we released this solicitation in August of 2020, and we received close to 100 letters of intent. This included a variety of project types such as implementation or construction projects, preliminary design and planning projects, adaptation planning and coordination projects, as well as research. Projects span across topic areas such as local, regional planning and coordination, nature-based solutions to build resiliency to sea level rise, and assessing the socioeconomic impacts of sea level rise. Prop 68 requires that at least 15% of funds go towards projects that serve severely disadvantaged communities. And for this round of funding, 34% of all funds will benefit severely disadvantaged communities, and 16% of these funds will benefit disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to provide a quick overview of each project organized by project type. Just to keep in mind, there are 15 projects in total, so this will be a very high-level overview of each project. And to start, the Herons Head Shoreline Resiliency Project is an implementation project that will use a nature-based shoreline approach to protect and restore wetland habitat in Herons Head Park. Herons Head Park is owned and managed by the Port of San Francisco and is located in the Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood. This project will construct a dynamically stable coarse beach along the eroding shoreline to build resiliency, fabricate and install oyster reef structures, and also employ youth from the surrounding communities to restore tidal salt marsh habitat. Next slide, please. Phase 3 of the Elkhorn Slough Tidal Marsh Restoration Project is an implementation project that will restore lost habitat and ultimately enhance climate change resilience in Elkhorn Slough. Elkhorn Slough is a regional conservation priority as it hosts the greatest extent of estuarine wetlands between San Francisco and Mexico. More specifically, this project will complete the last 30 acres of a 119-acre tidal marsh restoration project by adding approximately 130,000 cubic yards of sediment, restoring 3 acres of coastal grassland, and through the planting of at least 800 eelgrass shoots and the restoration of juvenile Olympia oysters. Next slide, please. This planning and design project will fund the advanced and final design plans for the Bolinas Y Wetlands Resiliency Project. Bolinas Lagoon is a 110-acre tidal estuary located in Marin County, just north of San Francisco, and is one of only 4 Ramsar-designated wetlands of international importance on the West Coast. This project focuses on addressing the 3 roads and culvert that bisect the wetlands. This lagoon will see a significant wetland habitat loss and increased road flooding with sea level rise unless water can spread into areas that are now cut off by the roads and the culvert. Restoration at this site is critical as it is the only place in the lagoon that can accommodate wetland migration and then protect public lands in perpetuity. Next slide, please. So this planning and design project will retrofit a 1.2-mile segment of the San Diego Bayshore Bikeway to provide multiple benefits, including flood protection, sea level rise resilience, enhanced coastal access, and ecosystem resilience. The Bikeway is a heavily used recreational corridor, and the project area is one of the most vulnerable segments of Imperial Beach to coastal flooding. This project presents a unique opportunity to repurpose the existing path into a multi-benefit coastal resilience corridor that protects multiple vulnerable communities, a state highway, and the Bikeway from current and future coastal flooding, while improving coastal access and adding transitional habitat areas. The development of resilient strategies within this segment will provide a proof of concept that can be applied to other segments of the 24-mile-long Bikeway. Next slide, please. So this adaptation planning project will allow the Wiyot tribe to begin identifying and prioritizing assets important to tribal members in order to best assess future resiliency efforts. The tribe has only just begun the process of building its capacity to develop a climate change adaptation plan and assess its vulnerability to sea level rise. The goal of this phase of the project is to identify cultural and natural resources within the tribe's ancestral lands and waters that are most vulnerable to sea level rise impacts. This will be accomplished through interviews with tribal members to collect and share cultural and natural resource information and traditional ecological knowledge. This project will enable the Wiyot tribe to collaborate with resource agencies with land holdings within its ancestral lands in developing sea level rise and climate change adaptation strategies. The tribe's input in Humboldt Bay's future is crucial to its resiliency. Next slide, please. This planning project will fund the development of a regional collaborative strategic plan to facilitate the implementation of shoreline management activities addressing eroding shorelines in the southern portion of Orange County. The plan will address shoreline erosion from Dana Point Harbor to San Clemente State Beach, covering approximately 7 miles of severely eroding sandy beach shoreline. The plan's main objective is to comprehensively assess, prioritize, and advance resilience opportunities, and to develop a more comprehensive governance structure, which will include other implementation agencies and their roles as well. Next slide, please. This project is an adaptation planning project that will pilot the vulnerability assessment and adaptation planning process in the San Diego Coast District of the State Park System, as required by the recently adopted sea level rise adaptation strategy that was created by state parks. The San Diego Coast District already experiences the destructive impacts of waves and storm surge, yet a comprehensive assessment of park unit vulnerabilities to sea level rise and adaptation planning has not yet occurred. This project will begin to address sea level rise for San Diego's individual park units and the region, while also catalyzing state park sea level rise adaptation work statewide. Next slide, please. This adaptation, planning, and coordination project will develop a coastal resilience roadmap to accelerate aligned project-based action and investment that prioritizes disadvantaged communities within the San Diego region. The San Diego region includes 18 cities, the county, and many special jurisdictions with an invested interest in coastal resilience. While building capacity for this region, this design approach will create a unique model that aligns local planning priorities to advance shovel-ready projects that build coastal resilience on a regional scale. This project serves to regionally align climate action planning efforts through the implementation of policies and projects that demonstrate measurable benefits in reducing vulnerability to local climate change. Next slide, please. This planning project will pilot the Plan for Adaptation to Coastal Hazards, or PATCH process, which is a community scale planning process for each of West Marin's 7 coastal communities. This approach will be piloted in Stinson Beach, the community most immediately at risk. Stinson Beach is a large public beach within Golden Gate National Recreation Area that provides coastal access about an hour north of San Francisco. Sea level rise and flooding are existential threats to the Stinson Beach community and its resources. This process will anchor the development of a long-term implementable adaptation plan addressing critical infrastructure, natural resources, and community assets at risk in the Stinson Beach area. This project will inform the county's local coastal plan update, as well as the West Marin planning processes. Next slide, please. This adaptation planning project will develop the Trinidad Community Climate Resilience Action Plan. The City of Trinidad will collaborate with planning partners, stakeholders, and the public to engage in coastal resilience planning and concept design of several implementation projects. Trinidad is a small coastal city in Humboldt County, and Trinidad Bay has contributed to the livelihoods of the Yurok people, including the Churai village residents and inland tribal peoples that engage in coastal trade. Trinidad's bluff have been gradually eroding within areas of specific concern as identified in the Churai Management Plan, addressing sea level rise, climate change, bluff instability, and ensuring the protection of cultural resources are priorities for the management of this area. This plan is intended to serve as a path to future implementation of identified projects and align with the local coastal program update to guide the city into the future. Next slide, please. This project will develop an innovative regional management pilot program focused on sea level rise adaptation and coastal resiliency. The Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment, or BEACON, is a joint powers authority consisting of Santa Barbara and Ventura counties and 6 coastal cities. This program is designed to capitalize on opportunities to obtain beach quality sediment from the watershed as surplus materials from upland sources. This regional sea level rise adaptation program will keep important sediment within the system that would otherwise be hauled to an upland disposal site. Regional sediment projects, including beach nourishment, as well as beach and dune restoration, have been recognized as mechanisms for providing greater resilience to projected sea level rise impacts. This project seeks to build on and advance that work. Next slide, please. This project will utilize an innovative spatial planning approach to protect and restore the 2nd largest eelgrass bed in the San Francisco Bay estuary. Boats have been anchoring and mooring in the calm protected anchorage of Richardson's Bay since at least the 1890s, and the calm bay is also ideal habitat for eelgrass. Unfortunately, minimal capacity for enforcement and the closure of other regional anchorages has left Richardson's Bay as a last stop for abandoned vessels, leading to the damage of eelgrass beds. By 2019, up to 80 acres of eelgrass had been removed from the bay floor due to the scraping of anchors. Active eelgrass protection is needed for Richardson's Bay, and the Richardson's Bay Regional Agency developed a transition plan, which includes an eelgrass protection and management plan. This project will finalize the draft eelgrass protection and management plan and implement phase 1, which includes regulatory changes to codify zoning updates in the bay. This project is expected to achieve up to 80 acres of on-the-ground eelgrass improvement and up to 200 acres of eelgrass habitat protection by resolving a long-standing resource use conflict. Next slide, please. So this research project will quantify the social and economic benefits of nature-based adaptation solutions to protect San Mateo County from storms and sea level rise. San Mateo County is extremely vulnerable to sea level rise and storms, as over 128,000 people and $45 billion in built assets and infrastructure are exposed to flooding, erosion, and sea level rise in this county. However, salt marshes in San Mateo County provide a natural buffer to flooding and erosion, in addition to other co-benefits. This project will quantify the socioeconomic benefits of salt marshes for flood risk reduction in San Mateo County to inform innovative implementation and financing of nature-based adaptation, where adaptation strategies could have the greatest benefits to socially vulnerable communities. Next slide, please. So this research project will update the 2003 eelgrass habitat suitability model for San Francisco Bay. Healthy subtidal eelgrass beds are a keystone of climate resilient bays in California, and this will improve site selection and other considerations for protection, restoration, and mitigation efforts. This updated model will be based on integrating new climate data and other model outputs such as hydrodynamics and wind waves. This updated habitat suitability model is the first of and will serve as the foundation for 5 eelgrass habitat suitability models planned for other priority bays in California. The project's goal is to increase the acreage and resilience of eelgrass beds in California, starting in San Francisco Bay in the face of current stressors such as sea level rise. Next slide, please. So our final project, this is a research project that will evaluate the status, trends, processes, and outcomes of sea level rise adaptation planning by the 76 local government jurisdictions along California's outer coast. So this project will characterize the general coastal processes, geomorphic and built environments, and the socio-political and economic settings in each location. It will build an online inventory of coastal adaptation planning on California's outer coast, summarize and evaluate the planning and decision-making methods used, and evaluate the relative success of the adaptation planning process to date. This evaluation will address a variety of governance issues and will also address the state's recently adopted sea level rise principles in order to continue to build sea level rise resilience along the California coast. This project will provide recommendations for how to improve California's coastal adaptation planning and local coastal program policy update process to meet state coastal resilience goals. Next slide, please. So in summary, if approved, these 15 projects would total $8,056,761. If projects are approved by the council today, staff will then work to execute grant agreements and oversee project grants. Staff is requesting that the council approves all 15 projects as a package that will help advance statewide coastal resilience. Next slide, please. And with that, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. First of all, great job. That was a power tour of 15 projects in a short amount of time. And I have to say, really impressive range of adaptation projects, and really excited with the last of those recommended projects, which is a sort of a roundup of adaptation efforts to better understand what's working and where gaps exist. So exciting. Any questions before we move to public comment or comments from our council members? All right, Mike.
Yeah, very quickly, thank you very much, Michaela, and just really impressive, the range of projects, as Secretary Crowfoot said, but also that you guys got so many projects from disadvantaged communities. And could you maybe comment on how that comes together? I know typically those communities don't have a lot of resources to put a project together and actually get it delivered, the proposal delivered.
Yeah, so projects that benefit severely disadvantaged communities and disadvantaged communities is based on the CalEnviro screen and the Parks viewer, which is like a census block that identifies which communities are disadvantaged or not. And so as part of Prop 68, the project has to be, I think, within a half a mile of that community and show like clear benefits to that community. So whether that's through habitat restoration or, you know, like creating climate change adaptation plans.
Can I just add, Michaela, the other thing that you and Justine and Maria and the rest of the gang did on this approach that was so cool was that it was a letter of intent process rather than writing a full proposal process. And so what that did, Councilmember Brown, was it gave the opportunity for staff to work with the applicants to strengthen proposals. And so that's something that I also think helped tremendously in the quality of proposals that were received from disadvantaged communities. So, and we're going to continue to do that because it really worked quite well.
That's great, and it's efforts like that that make government serve everybody, and kudos to the staff and everybody.
Thanks. Great question. Glad, good for that answer. Let's move to public comment. And again, if you're joining us by computer, that's clicking the raise hand button on the screen. If you're joining us by phone, it's #2. Again, public commenters will have 2 minutes, and we are asking you to stay focused on the specific topic of this item, which is the potential approval of these 15 projects. I'll turn it over to Holly.
Thank you. Our first speaker is going to be Walter Lamb, followed by Darby Berry. Walter, you have the floor. Looks like you're muted, Walter. There you go.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Walter Lamb. I represent the Bino Wetlands Land Trust. Coincidentally, my first foray into environmental conservation 20 years ago related to educating the public about cigarette butt litter. So I was very fascinated by the comments on plastics. I will keep this focused to the agenda at hand, the 15 projects for about $8 million. Our organization, I think any environmental organization must be thrilled to see Governor Newsom's executive order, to see the strategic plan for this council, to see the alignment strategy for resilience to sea level rise. And I think we probably all agree that what's really going to benefit future generations. So I have a 9-year-old daughter, and so she's not so much going to benefit from the documents themselves, but from the projects that stem from the documents. And I think we all agree how critical it is to make sure, both in the planning stage, the design stage, and the implementation stage, that those projects actually deliver the results that we can see on the ground. And one thing that I noticed in the alignment strategies and also in the strategic plan is that we talk about making sure that California is buttressed against 3.5 feet of sea level rise by 2050. And I think we all know that the latest projections are probably we're going to have more than 3.5 feet. And that's not to say that we can't take an incremental approach. But even more important than that is what do we mean when we say that we're protecting things from 3.5 feet of sea level rise? And I'm going to make a very brief, just as a point of reference, comment to the Bino Wetlands Restoration Plan that was recently certified, because that also claimed that it was maintaining habitats at 3.5 feet of sea level rise. But the actual visuals, the habitat maps, directly show the loss of a substantial amount, almost all of the wetland habitats by 2100. And so thinking forward, I would just ask, and I'm sure you're doing this, but that we really press on the details of these projects and always be thinking not short-term, headline, but sort of long-term, does this do what we want it to do for future generations? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. Holly, who would be next?
Sorry,
Holly,
wait.
No problem, James. Holly, I see Holly on mute.
It looks like, yeah, she's muted. I don't know if she's dropped, so I'll call the next speaker. Darby Berry, I'm going to allow you to talk, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thanks, James.
Darby, you should be able to speak now. Darby, you're unmuted. You can speak. Wade, we'll go ahead and move on.
Yeah, let's move on to the next person. We'll call Darby at the end.
Okay. Robert Van de Hoek, you should be able to. He has an old Zoom client, so I have to promote him to panelist. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Robert, you should be able to unmute yourself now. And I don't see him listed anymore. So we'll move on to the next one. Jennifer Savage, you should be able to unmute yourself and comment now.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and council members. Jennifer Savage, Surfrider Foundation. As an organization dedicated to preserving California's coast for all people through coastal resilience, Surfrider generally supports all these projects. For the sake of time, I'm only speaking on the one most appropriate for me, given that I've spent the last 22 years living on land the Wiyot tribe has relied on and stewarded since time immemorial. The colonization of this land has caused immense grief for the people who were here first and great harm to the lands, waters, and creatures they cared for. Similar colonization across the planet by people determined to exploit and extract all its natural resources for maximum profit has put us where we are today, in a world where a changing climate threatens all aspects of our lives. Humboldt Bay and its adjacent coastal dunes, marshes, and wetlands are beloved and are critical to climate change resilience and also home to thousands of creatures, including harbor seals, halibuts, egrets, herons, crabs, foxes, hawks, humans, and just last week, gray whales. The waters of Humboldt Bay are rising twice as fast as elsewhere in California, however, because the land surrounding it is sinking. Much of this land is low-lying and contaminated from industrial use. As the waters rise, these areas increasingly threaten the places, habitats, and fisheries that tribal members rely on for subsistence, ceremonial, and traditional uses. Of course, poor water quality, destroyed habitat, harmed wildlife, and loss of access and recreational opportunities due to climate change and sea level rise will be bad for everyone. We are grateful for the Wiyot tribe's willingness to partner with Humboldt State University's Sea Level Rise Initiative and local land managers. Surfrider is pleased to support this project that will affirm the Wiyot tribe's longstanding stewardship role and help us all prepare for the changing times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, Jennifer was the last person to have their hand raised during the requested time.
Thanks, James. Can we circle back to see if Darby is on?
Darby, you should be able to unmute yourself and comment now.
All right.
The show is unmuted, but can't hear
Okay.
him.
Got it. Then let's go ahead and then get back to our council discussion. We have before us a staff recommendation to approve funding for these 15 projects to receive the Prop 68 funds. And I open this up to any questions that council members would have or a motion to approve funding for these 15 projects. George, Councilmember Diamond.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. This is very quick. I just want to say I think it's a great selection of projects. I'm excited to support the motion. One quick note on the final project about evaluating adaptation planning. I just want to note when we're doing these projects, and this is reflected in the public comments and what you alluded to this earlier, having something that is evaluating these projects at the same time is fantastic to the extent that this can be a model as we're putting forth these other, funding other projects in the future. I think that'd be great. I know there's a 2-year timeline for that project, but I don't know if there's any way to get kind of initial results throughout or, kind of periodic. But obviously Dr. Lester is great to lead that and really excited for that project.
Yeah, thanks so much. And, within our agency, the Natural Resources Agency, we're initiating an effort to deepen and strengthen our monitoring of all of our, capital funding projects, beyond just the coast. So your point well taken about the importance of just monitoring the efficacy of the investments in the projects. Mark or Michaela, any possibility for a glimpse of initial findings within that 2-year period?
We're glad to talk to Charles to see if he's willing to give us an update along the way. I'm sure he would be.
And I just wanted to add, we do have built-in milestones for this project. And as we develop the work plan, there's going to be periodic updates throughout the whole project process.
Excellent. Is there a motion to approve this funding for the 15? Let me turn it over to Councilmember Brown. Mike.
I'm gonna move to approve the funding of $8,056,761 to the 15 projects.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we'll let Brenna second. It'll be your first second on the OPC here. Jen, can you read the roll?
Yes. Secretary Crowfoot.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Sheldon.
Aye.
Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
And Councilmember Diamond.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent. I think I speak for all of us when I say, Michaela, we're really excited for you all to begin finalizing those grant agreements and get these projects happening. We'll next move to item 6 on our agenda, which is another action item, and it's consideration of authorization to disperse funds for marine protected area long-term monitoring and data analysis in support of the 2022 Adaptive Management Review. Now that's a mouthful, of course, but it's really about making sure that we have the quality of analysis and assessment needed for this decadal review of our marine protected area network to really understand the impacts of the network over the last decade and better understand what that means for the future of the network. This, of course, advances our strategic plan goal number 3, which is to enhance coastal and marine biodiversity. And we are glad to have Matt Warham, Sea Grant Fellow, present here today, along with 2 valuable members of our science advisory team, Madeline Hall Arbor and Jen Cassell, who will also present during this item. Matt, Madeline, Jen, welcome, and thank you for your work preparing us for this item.
Thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and members of the council. I'm Matthew Warham, and I'm the 2020 California State Sea Grant Fellow with OPC's MPA program. Today, I'm pleased to introduce a few parallel projects that will support the 2022 Adaptive Management Review of California's MPA program. Next slide, please. OPC staff will be requesting approval for the disbursement of $5,805,500 to support the long-term monitoring and data analysis of California's MPA network. Before Lindsay gets into the project specifics a bit later, I would like to provide some context on our MPA program investments to date. Next slide. OPC has made significant investment into the collaborative management of our marine protected areas. More recent investments have had a particular focus on preparing for the state's first decadal review in 2022 by supporting monitoring efforts and scientific guidance through our OPC Science Advisory Team. As you can see here, these long-term monitoring efforts are critical to the adaptive management framework and will inform the state's first 10-year management review. Next slide. In May of 2019, OPC provided $9.5 million to support phase 2 long-term monitoring of our MPA network. The long-term monitoring of our 124 MPAs follows the MPA Monitoring Action Plan, which the state developed, that outlines priority metrics, habitats, sites, and species to target for MPA monitoring. Next slide, please. The second project funded at the May 2019 meeting was a disbursement of $500,000 to the Ocean Science Trust to convene 2 scientific working groups to focus on the science needs related to our MPA network in advance of the 2022 Decadal Management Review. These 2 groups have been hard at work over the last 18 months, and their draft reports are currently undergoing review and should be available publicly by the summer of this year. These reports will provide important context for the funding item that Lindsay will present today, and we are lucky to have representatives from both working groups here to present their preliminary findings and management recommendations. To lead us off this afternoon, you will hear from Madeline Hall Arbor. Dr. Hall Arbor represents the MPA Decadal Evaluation Working Group and is a co-chair-elect of OPC's Science Advisory Team. Dr. Hall Arbor joins us from the East Coast today and is a retired professor and anthropologist with Sea Grant at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Then we'll hear from Jennifer Cassell. Dr. Cassell represents the MPAs and Climate Resilience Working Group as a PI or researcher liaison. Dr. Cassell joins us today from the Central Coast, where she is a professor and researcher at my alma mater, UC Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. Dr. Hall Arbor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Matt, and good morning to everyone. I appreciate everybody's interest in this topic. I'm going to try to give you a very succinct overview of the outcomes that we've come up with so far from the Decadal Management Review Working Group. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have a diverse group of 10 active working group members. They represent different disciplines, agencies, universities, and places. So we've devoted, we also have had a devoted group of project team members aiding and abetting our efforts. They are the OST and OPC people you see on the right here. Next slide, please. So our charge is to provide scientific guidance. And we've been working for about a year to hone questions and approaches, building on the action plan and trying to reach towards a statewide integrative approach. Next slide, please. We have looked at the questions that were originally laid out in the action plan, and we've discussed them and tried to hone them into something that's more applicable a decade later. We also have to define goal terms, and most importantly, I think, is identify significant gaps in the data needs and suggest approaches. Next slide, please. This is a framework that we've used to structure our report and our thinking. Now, I don't have time to delve into all of this in the few minutes I have, but I do want to draw your attention to the 3 domains: the governance domain, human domain, and ecological domain. And then these 3 domains are further elaborated upon, indicating the elements that we think will help focus analysis and point to the flow of ecological and human benefits or services. We also identified critical influencing factors. Those are the points above in those little circles above, and they influence just about everything in the governance, human and ecological domain. But on top of that, we've identified climate change as probably affecting everything. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just talk very briefly about some of our key findings. And it's really exciting to realize that California's lead in analysis and monitoring will not only help the state and the nation, but also really world understanding and the role of MPAs and in conservation and hopefully in climate change mitigation. We've realized, however, in the course of this, that the current monitoring and the long-term monitoring is not sufficient yet for understanding the human dimensions. So that's one of the things that we really want to work on. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the influencing factors just very briefly, and they provide context for the evaluation. One example of the information gap that I think is essential to be aware of are the fisheries information. We have a lot of good fisheries information overall for the state of California and for the federal application, but it's not at fine enough scale. We can't look at an MPA and say, did this affect fisheries or did fisheries affect the MPA? So getting those finer scales is really going to be essential to understand what the MPAs are doing. We also think climate change presents an emerging opportunity to better understand MPAs, but I think Jen will talk a little more about that. So I'm not gonna take the time to go into it. Then I again already mentioned human and governance domains have critical gaps in understanding, and that's essential to really move towards adaptive management. Integration and network function are also both incredibly important. Next slide, please. This pie chart will give you an idea of the recommendations that we've come up with. We have 18 recommendations, but then we have 50 approaches to try to achieve those recommendations. And you'll see if you look at the pie chart that the human aspect and the integration are the 2 areas that dominate. So we haven't yet systematically prioritized the recommendations, but we have tried to divide them up into 2 categories of short-term and long-term. And with this idea, we hope that the short-term can at least be started to address the 2022 review. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to give you 2 examples of the recommendations. We need to consider first the extraordinary diversity of humans including in this communities of place and communities of interest, to analyze what changes in behavior and well-being have occurred and why. And in order to do this, we really need to convene a working group of social scientists. They have to span their whole variety of social science that could be applied to this. We want them to look at the different disciplines so they can look at the existing literature, develop research recommendations, and oversee qualitative research. I mean, we've started in this process, but we need a much bigger group of social scientists to work on that. And then for integration, we need to look at the interconnections among the different domains and get to evaluation, adaptive management that way. So again, we probably would need to support a group of researchers specifically focused on integration and looking at the answers to the questions that have been raised. So with that, I'm going to let Jen take over and present the climate change working group's findings.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Secretary Crowfoot and the council members, thanks very much for providing the opportunity today to tell you a little bit very quickly about our working group. So I'm going to tell you about the MPA and Climate Resilience Working Group. Next slide, please. So our report, like the DUG, was a result of a lot of hard work, not only by the academic and the agency scientists that you see listed on the left, but also excellent convening and guidance from the project team at OST, OPC, and CDFW that you can see there on the right. Next slide, please. The charge of this working group was to essentially provide like a roadmap to how the state of California could assess the capacity of our network of MPAs to provide resilience to climate change. So the first thing that we had to do was to define this term resilience for our work in our report. And it actually was not as easy as one might think. We defined resilience as this: the ability of a coupled social, ecological, and economic system and all its components to absorb stressors and disturbances through both resistance and recovery of core function, structure, and provision of ecosystems. The main points here is that our definition includes both resistance and recovery, and it goes well beyond simple ecological studies. So in our report, we provide a summary of climate effects in California. These are effects that are happening now and also predicted to happen in the future. A description and a list of the potential mechanisms by which MPAs might provide resilience to climate change in the first place. And then we did a review of the evidence from the literature for these mechanisms. And we did this for both California and beyond California. We developed 15 different research questions prioritized, and then we grouped those into 5 larger themes that can further our understanding of resilience mechanisms and also guide investments and actions on the part of the state in understanding how our network of MPAs might provide resilience. And then finally, we provide 3 near-term recommendations and opportunities for state actions. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that we reviewed how, what the hypothesized mechanisms for how MPAs could even provide climate resilience. And we built on this really excellent summary of hypothesized mechanisms from this paper by Callum Roberts. This is in the report. I'm not going to read them all today, but they include things, for example, like promoting genetic diversity that could allow for organismal adaptation, or providing safe stepping stones for climate migrants in the case of MPA networks, which is really important for California. Next slide, please. So from these potential mechanisms, what we did is went to the literature and we gathered evidence for both California and globally. And we summarized the evidence for these hypothesized mechanisms in this table also, which is in the report. And I'm not even going to attempt to read for you here. But what this did is it's a way for us to lay out and clearly see where there is existing evidence for resilience. And many of these, I should say several case studies come from California or from Baja California. But we also found a lot of gaps. So this table in our report, it lays out the evidence and it shows those gaps really clearly. And what that allowed us to do, next slide, please, was to develop a series of key research questions. So from the evidence review, we figured out where the gaps were and we developed questions, 15 of them, to guide future work in California. And of those specific research questions, we grouped those into 5 themes shown here, with this cross-cutting or integrative research theme, as well as the human dimensions research, acting as overarching categories. The remainder of the research questions then are focused in essentially increasing levels of ecological complexity. So from organismal resilience level, including adaptive capacity, through to population resilience level, which is important because many of the outcomes of the MPAs in California that have been shown to date have been at this population level. And then moving up in complexity through to the ecosystem resilience functions, where we also include network function. So the research questions that are in our report, they span a continuum of, I guess, for lack of a better way, the ease of answerability, if answerability is even a word, and the timing or the amount of time it might take to answer these. So some are wicked difficult and some are low-hanging fruit that can be answered actually with data that we already have in hand from the long-term monitoring. So the next slide, please. We also then concluded with 3 overarching recommendations for near-term action that the state can take. The first is, it seems fairly evident, but it's to continue the long-term monitoring on key species and habitats and environmental conditions, because this monitoring, it underpins most of the questions that we've come up with. And without monitoring, it's going to be very challenging for us to track climate change impacts across California's MPA network. The second is to better our understanding of exposure across the network of MPAs, and in particular, defining and then trying to identify potential areas of refuge, but also areas of vulnerability to climate change, and ultimately the potential resilience across the network. We can't really understand the resilience capacity of the whole network until we know what the exposure is. And then to build a bit on what Madeline mentioned, the third recommendation is to expand capacity to address social science climate research needs. We really identified a lot of gaps in the human dimensions. And if you'll just press next again to the animation, I just want to leave you with the fact, I can't read all of these now, but each of these recommendations is paired with a rationale, but also very specific potential actions, actionable actions, if you will, that you can see in the report. So I'll end there. And as was mentioned, I refer you to the report itself, which should be made publicly available in the summer of 2021. And again, thank the council and the secretary for time today.
Thanks so much. And I've got some follow-up questions, but I think we're turning it over to Lindsay now to provide us, or Matt, help me understand. Are we turning it over to Lindsay at this point, or do we want to discuss?
Yeah, we're going to pass it over to Lindsay, who will present on our recommended funding package.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. Can you see me okay?
We can.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and members of the council. I'm Lindsay Benito, the MPA Program Manager at OPC, and I'm excited to share 2 projects that will further support the state in preparing for the MPA Decadal Review. The first, item 6A, is a continuation of our long-term habitat-based monitoring efforts, providing funds to Sea Grant to extend monitoring through 2022. The second, item 6B, is an exciting new effort to synthesize monitoring data and evaluate network performance. Next slide, please. As Matt mentioned earlier, OPC approved 4 habitat-based long-term monitoring projects selected through a competitive process administered by Sea Grant. These projects include Rocky Intertidal, Kelp Forest, Deep Rocky Reef, and Sandy Beach slash Surf Zone. These projects are currently in their final year, having collected monitoring data during the 2019 and 2020 field seasons. Today, OPC staff is recommending these projects be extended to allow for continued data collection during the 2021 and 2022 field seasons, to minimize data gaps in the MPA time series right before the decadal review. This extension brings all phase 2 habitat-based monitoring projects up to the same timeline, allowing for data collection through 2022. Next slide, please. We are recommending that these habitat monitoring teams be funded at a level similar to previously awarded amounts for the upcoming 2021 field season. For 2022, we're recommending a reduced budget for sampling, which will be guided by the previous year's results. This will allow for critical ongoing data collection while future long-term monitoring priorities can be identified. Next slide, please. The second project I'd like to share with you is the next logical step in preparing for the 2022 review, the synthesis and analysis of MPA network monitoring data. OPC staff has coordinated with the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis, or NCES, to integrate the results from our long-term monitoring projects and perform new analyses as needed to answer MPA performance evaluation questions listed in the MPA Monitoring Action Plan. NCES will work closely with OPC, CDFW, Fish and Game Commission, and our long-term monitoring researchers throughout this process. NCES is well poised to conduct this type of integrative thinking. And as a part of their work plan, they'll create an expert working group, which is composed of researchers with expertise in California ecosystems, MPA management, both within California and internationally. As you can see here, NCES work plan will integrate data across habitats, the entire MPA network, and across systems. It'll also incorporate influencing factors like climate change into their analyses and explore performance evaluation questions not currently being addressed by our long-term monitoring research groups. And finally, they will evaluate MPA design criteria like sizing and spacing guidelines. Next slide, please. The MPA management program has laid the groundwork over the past decade to effectively monitor and evaluate our unique MPA network. Through significant monitoring support, investments into outreach and education about our MPAs, guidance from our scientific expert working groups you just heard from, and our recently awarded MPA communications contracts, we're putting our best foot forward, stepping into California's first decadal management review. And we couldn't have gotten to where we are today without our strong partners and collaborations with CDFW and FGC. Next slide, please. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Lindsay and Matt, and Doctors Hall-Arbour and Cassell. Really exciting that we're on the cusp of this decadal review, and we have this foundation that you've laid as we take that on. I think I just have a question for either Dr. Hall-Arbour or Dr. Cassell, which is, are there other examples in different parts of the world where, I mean, we were told often that the MPA network is this international model. And so, you know, as you're kind of helping us build the parameters of this decadal review, are there models on which to evolve this or refine this elsewhere in the world? Or are we really breaking new ground? So I'm just trying to understand how our effort in California on the science intersects with other efforts around the world.
I can take that if you want, Madeline.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think you brought up a really important point. We actually are looked to more as the model than we are than having other models to follow. We really have been amazing model for the rest of the world. And I know that because I collaborate with people all over the world who make site visits and learning visits and invite us to come talk to them as well. And that's especially true in two areas: the science of the design of the network, all of the science that went into actually putting the MPAs in place, and now in terms of the monitoring efforts. I don't know of any such comprehensive multi-habitat and multi-ecosystem coordinated monitoring that's going on anywhere, and maybe parts of the Great Barrier Reef a little bit. So there is a lot of international learning going on, and we do pick up whatever we can when we see other countries, or for example, the case of the EU does quite a bit of network modeling. We pick up what we can, but I'd say we're more the model than the modeled. I'm not saying that very well. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean. Dr. Hall-Arbour.
I just wanted to add that is particularly true with the biological science, ecological science, but it's less true for the human dimensions, because it is true that we have a network in California that is not replicated elsewhere. So from that perspective, yes, but the human dimensions really haven't been delved into yet in California, and that there are other places around the world where there are smaller contained networks, perhaps, and even the Great Barrier Reef that Jen mentioned, they have a little more social science going on. So I think there are places where we can draw some ideas from and develop a better program for that.
Thank you so much for that, Madeline, for correcting me. I definitely agree with you.
That's really helpful. Then a question for Lindsay, which is, part of my frustration historically as a policymaker or somebody who works for policymakers is sometimes the science, it's really hard to connect science to, resource decisions or policies or law. And it seems like the whole, sort of focus of the decadal review is to really understand the efficacy of the network and then to guide its future. So with the science that's already been done and the science that you're proposing be done through this funding, do you think we're well positioned to deliver a decadal review that can actually help this council and ultimately the legislature and the governor decide on the future of the MPA network?
Yes, I'm very encouraged by the project that we're hoping to fund here with NCs. I think they're a great group to really sit down and gather all the experts, like I said, not just within California, but getting experts from around the world, because as Dr. Hallarbor just said, we're really great in some aspects. The ecology side, we've done a great job monitoring and evaluating, but we do have some areas where we could do better. And so this group will really bring together an interdisciplinary group of scientists to address our decadal review. They are poised to really evaluate what we've done and how we've done it, what we've done well and what we haven't, but also be forward thinking and really identify those gaps for the next 10 years moving forward.
Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Secretary Crowfoot. I would just add to what Lindsay was saying that the efforts that Jen and Madeline have been part of, that there will be some of, at least from the scientific perspectives, recommendations that could be of great utility to California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Fish and Game Commission, and the OPC moving forward. So they identified gaps. Obviously, the work on building and climate resilience is really critical, and we're going to have to develop recommendations related to that as well. So there's a wide variety of things that between these two reports and what Lindsay was talking about with the work NCEAS is doing, that we will be very well situated to move forward with a discussion and recommendations on how to move forward in the future with the network.
Thank you. I invite any other council members to share any questions or thoughts that they have. And we'll turn it over to Council Member Diamond. Jordan.
Hey, thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. Two quick questions. One is, and honestly, this might be best addressed in the next action item, but I was wondering about the relationship between specifically the kelp research undertaken through the MPA network and obviously the kelp, the interim action plan that we'll be discussing next, and just whether the coordination between those efforts has been kind of already contemplated and or what it looks like. The second is just a relatively minor point, but this year is obviously the beginning of the UN Decade on Ocean Science, for ocean science and support of sustainable development. And just if there is on the agenda, or can we put on the agenda to make sure that we share the results as they come along, to the note of can we be an example and share lessons learned from our experience. So tying into the UN data collection process may be a good way to share some of that with other jurisdictions.
Great questions. And I just mentioned that Governor Newsom has essentially established California's participation in the UN Convention on Biodiversity for the first time ever. So we're an official subnational participant and will be participating in whatever form this Conference of Parties takes in Kunming, China later this year. And so I hope that we can take the MPA network as really an international model of our efforts to maintain aquatic biodiversity. So we're really excited about that. But to Jordan's other questions, I don't know if it's Lindsay, you could answer that, or that would be one for Mike Escrow later around the connection between any science on kelp in this context versus the near-term actions.
I don't know, Lindsay. I mean, I'm sort of, I'll step in, but it's, I'm sure Mike will add to it. And obviously, you know, Jen Cassell knows more about this than I'll ever know. And so all I can say is that the people who've been working on both of these things, obviously Mike Escrow has consulted very closely with Jen Cassell and other leaders in the kelp research space in putting together the action plan. And Mike also works tremendously closely on the efforts that have been described today. So they're integrated quite well. There's no question about that.
That's great. Let's if we can turn to public comment, again, specifically focused on this item. There will be an item at the end of our meeting to address any manner of subject matter, but on this, we invite any public comment on the specific recommendation for the funding of this added science. And let me turn it over to you, Holly, to identify if we have public comment on this.
We do have public comment. Our first commenter is going to be Ariel Orr, followed by Corey Puccini. Ariel, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again. I'm Ariel Orr, Policy Intern with Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. We support the staff's recommendation to authorize the disbursement of funds for long-term data analysis and monitoring of MPAs. EAC leads Marin MPA Watch in partnership with Point Reyes National Seashore and the California Academy of Sciences. And our executive director also co-chairs the Golden Gate MPA Collaborative. EAC is a certified MPA Watch partner, and we recognize the need to collect data on coastal and marine resource use in and near California MPAs to inform management and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel.
Our next speaker is going to be Corey Puccini, followed by Richard Sadowski. Corey, you have the floor. Corey, you may be on mute.
Hello, and thank you, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. My name is Corey Puccini, and I'm the California Conservation Manager at Wild Coast. We're an NGO based in San Diego County that conserves coastal marine resources and addresses climate change through natural solutions. I also co-chair the San Diego County MPA Collaborative and wanted to voice my organization's support for OPC staff recommendations for agenda items 6A and 6B, and emphasize the importance of continued long-term monitoring and data analysis in MPAs. Wild Coast and our NGO colleagues across the state rely heavily on long-term science monitoring and analysis to drive grassroots, stakeholder-based decision-making at a regional level, and respectfully encourage the council to support these important projects to further develop the scientific body of knowledge leading to the 2022 Adaptive Management Review. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Next up is Richard Sadowski, followed by Jennifer Savage. Mr. Sadowski, you can speak now.
Hi, this is Richard Sadowski from Homefront Environmental Justice, Morro Bay. I totally support the long-term monitoring of these MPA programs, but I also would like to add a comment on one of the things that Dr. Amber Hall had brought, or Dr. Hall Arbor had brought up about integrating the social aspects of a program like this. It could be one of the things that could happen is working with citizen scientists. For instance, right now we had received a city grant to purchase a air monitor where we've been measuring, Homefront's been measuring ambient atmospheric CO2 around our Morro Bay State Marine Reserve, in particular our estuary, and collaborating with Cal Poly University's Dr. Emily Bachman on her study in ocean acidification. And I think that you know, with this new administration in Washington and NOAA hopefully getting some funding, it would be, I think, highly beneficial if we could get NOAA to the federal government and the state of California to collaborate on that NOAA PMEL project where they're measuring ocean acidification with buoys in real time and start addressing that major goal of OPCs and that issue, and then collaborating with the universities and then opening up opportunities for citizen scientists in working in the area. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks, Richard.
Up next is Jennifer Savage, followed by Craig Schumann. Jennifer, you have the floor.
Hi, good afternoon again, Chair Crowfoot and council members. Jennifer Savage, Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider strongly supports dedicated ongoing funding for MPA monitoring and data analysis, especially in preparation for the 2022 Adaptive Management Review. We have been engaged in marine protected area development and support for more than a decade, and we know firsthand how important accurate, up-to-date scientific information is in decision-making and communicating the benefits of our one-of-a-kind marine protected area network to the larger public. Studies continually show California's MPA network is successfully benefiting critical ocean species by protecting and restoring habitats and improving ocean biodiversity. In addition, marine protected areas bolster the resilience of our marine ecosystems and coastal communities to climate change. We must continue to invest in the long-term success of California's MPAs. By approving these funds, OPC will be doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next is Craig Schumann, followed by Suzanne Fluharty. Craig, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, members of the council. I'm Craig Schumann, Marine Region Manager with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. CDFW values the partnership with the Ocean Protection Council, Fish and Game Commission, and other entities on the statewide leadership team to support California's MPA network. CDFW staff worked collaboratively with OPC staff on the proposal to extend long-term monitoring and the integrated data analysis. Your support of these projects will help us meet the MPA program's long-term monitoring and adaptive management goals and ensure we have the best available science to inform the evaluation in 2022. Thanks for your support.
Craig, thanks for coming on and also for everything you and your team are doing on the MPAs, essential partnership. So greatly appreciative of both Fish and Wildlife and the commission.
Thank you.
Next is Suzanne Fluharty, and she was the last commenter to raise their hand within the allotted time. Suzanne, you have the floor. Suzanne, you're still on mute.
There we go. Sorry, I didn't know there was another button.
No worries.
So I'm environmental staff with the Yurok tribe. I am the division manager for the Community and Ecosystem Division. And I want to thank you for allowing public comment. And I certainly don't want to downplay the excellent work that has been done and is being done with the MPAs. That being said, I truly want to address the concept of any kind of decadal management should go back to the inception of the MLPAs and the fact that tribes were not consulted and not represented in huge swaths of the coast. The South coast had no tribal input by the time it got to the Central Coast. They were still using models based on the South. And when you got to the North Coast, you hit Indian country. And so the tribe, the Yurok tribe, is the largest Indian tribe in California. They have 45 miles of ocean and shoreline. And the fact that they are not represented is sad. It's a very poor reflection on the state of California. And how can this proceed? Number one, it's institutional racism. How many tribal scientists are on your working groups, both of the decadal management or in the plan? And then the other thing is, if you want to compare it to the UN, does this compare to the UN's resolution on indigenous rights? This coastline was not ceded to the federal government. It was not included in treaties. And that's why the Yurok tribe doesn't have it. Last thing is, until there is subsistence and tribal take included in any of these models, there's going to be disproportionate.
Suzanne, thanks so much. And I really appreciate you taking time to provide that feedback. From my own perspective, we continue to work to learn from the lessons of, the early days of trying to establish the MPA network. And that was, a failure to include, tribal governments, communities, and leaders in the development of the network. Our efforts, in recent years have been focused on righting that wrong and trying to integrate tribal communities into the monitoring. I'm encouraged that we have a tribal monitoring network up and running as something we want to pilot, ensure works as co-management, and then ultimately can be scaled up. But I take very seriously your critique as it relates to the composition of the scientists conducting the work for the decadal review. And that's something I'll ask Mark and team to discuss in terms of how do we make sure that tribal scientists are integrated, that traditional ecological knowledge is integrated into this decadal review, and ensuring that really the tribal communities that have been stewarding this resource since time immemorial are fully central to the work assessing the last 10 years of the MPA network. So thank you. Let's turn it back then to the council, and we have a staff recommendation before us, and that staff recommendation is to approve the disbursement of funding for this long-term monitoring and data analysis work as Lindsay presented. And I'd invite any comments or questions or a motion to approve. Oh, sorry, Mike.
Yes, and I want to thank Suzanne as well, because I was going to raise a question, particularly about NCS. How do they even look at tribal knowledge in terms of the work they do to integrate science and do the analysis, or is that something they typically have not looked at?
That's a good question, Mike. I'd turn it over to you, Mark, and that is the entity that we're potentially funding to synthesize all of this science. To what extent are they integrating tribal, traditional ecological knowledge or tribal perspective?
Yeah, that's a question I'm going to have to look into. I know that NC is right now working with is definitely putting together their team to make sure that all pertinent issues are covered. I think based on this discussion today, we'll definitely go back to the NC's team and have a discussion with them to make sure that that's covered. Building on what we talked about, is previously, is Wade alluded to as well, is that we continue our ongoing efforts with the Tribal Marine MPA Marine Stewardship Program, and that's been going pretty successfully so far. There's obviously challenges in making that work, but that's something that we will continue to report out on progress to date, and hopefully, some of that information will inform these efforts as well moving forward. So there's a lot that needs to be done. I think Secretary Crowfoot pretty much covered that part of it, but we will definitely make sure that on the NC side, as well as on marine protected area communications, the stakeholder outreach and engagement component will be very strong in that regard. I see, I know in particular, Mike Escrow and Tova Handelman have been working with the tribes on MPAs for quite some time in these efforts. So we can give you a more direct approach moving forward. Maybe Mike can even allude to it a little bit in his intro remarks on kelp on next item.
And I would acknowledge Liz and the report that she gave at the beginning of the meeting with Ocean Science Trust and the recognition that the scientific community is at a moment of reckoning and realizing, as I interpret it, that it hasn't had the diversity of perspectives that it needs to actually do good, comprehensive, inclusive science. So I would look to Liz and OST, the Ocean Science Trust, to help us ensure, through the engagement of the scientists, within this decade of review, that we really do incorporate a broader set of perspectives, and certainly including tribal perspectives in the scientific assessment.
Hey, Secretary Crowfoot, the staff is very, very quick and just texted me in response to this that guarantee that there will be a tribal scientist brought into the NCEAS effort. That's what I was just assured.
That's helpful. And I think just more broadly, though, we just have to make sure that we're, as a government and as an agency, OPC and OST, communicating with tribes who are partners in the MPA network, so that that those communities, leaders in those communities, feel like they both understand the Decado review, and to the extent that they want to, they and their scientists can participate. Good. Oh yes, Dr. Hall-Arbour.
Hi, I just wanted to add that in the full report, we spend a fair amount of time talking about the tribes, both under the human dimensions, but also under the governance. And we realize how critical it is and how it has been a missing piece, but we want to change that.
Thanks so much. Thanks for all your work and Dr. Cassell's work on this. We're really excited with the overall effort, and always looking to improve it, which is why Suzanne's comments were so important. Might I suggest, I'd invite anybody to move to approve the item or share other thoughts you have.
Move to approve the.
All right. Mike, you're moving to approve, and I heard the Lieutenant Governor.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, move to approve disbursement of the $5,805,500 for monitoring and further data analysis.
Thanks so much.
Second.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Jen, can you call the roll?
Yes. Secretary Crowfoot.
Yeah, aye.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Sheldon.
Aye.
Councilmember Diamond.
Aye.
And Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent. So we'll move on now to item number 7 on the agenda, which was brought up just in the last discussion, which is, it's a discussion item, so we're not being asked to take action, but we're going to have our colleague Mike Escrow, Program Manager at OPC, give us an update on the interim kelp action plan, obviously responding to our collective concern around the collapse of kelp forests across our coast. And just a reminder, this is a critical priority under Strategic Plan Goal 3, which is enhancing coastal and marine biodiversity. So Mike, what's happening?
All right. Well, thank you, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. Mike Escrow, Marine Ecosystems Program Manager and Tribal Liaison at OPC. And yeah, so we have developed an interim kelp action plan in collaboration with our partners at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So big thanks to Craig Schumann and James Ray and others at the department, and several of our scientific partners as well have provided some sort of informal engagement and advice on this draft. So thanks. That includes Dr. Cassell, who's on this call. So thanks to her and others as well. Yeah, so today I'm excited to summarize the content of the action plan for you, and looking forward to your feedback and direction, and as well as public comment. So we can move on to the next slide, please. So as we've discussed before, the action plan basically starts out by noting the importance of California's kelp forest to marine biodiversity and the ocean economy here in California. So kelp, as we know, provides a variety of ecological functions and ecosystem services that are really critical to the well-being of California's tribes and coastal residents, including supporting commercially and recreationally important fisheries. Next slide, please. And the action plan also provides some very brief and high-level summaries, regional summaries of kelp forest ecosystem health in California. So these graphs show trends in kelp canopy cover, kelp canopy abundance on the North Coast, Central Coast, and South Coast for the last 30 years based on satellite imagery. And you can see, so the scales of these graphs are different, the y-axes here, but in general, you can see there's a lot of interannual variability in kelp, but California's nearshore environments have really supported healthy kelp forests for the last 30 years or so, as you can see here. And so that changed, especially on the North Coast, with the onset of a marine heat wave in 2014 that persisted through 2016. That marine heat wave, as we've discussed before, for a number of reasons, really resulted in the decimation of kelp, bull kelp on the North Coast, with a 95% loss and subsequent lack of recovery, as you can see there, with some limited recovery observed in 2020. On the Central Coast and the South Coast, the story is a bit more complicated. So the Central Coast region has really been characterized by patchy declines, with the Monterey Peninsula being one area of significant concern. On the South Coast, after a brief initial decline following the heat wave, kelp seems to have generally bounced back. But again, with some concerning lack of recovery in certain areas, particularly around the Channel Islands. So next slide, please. The action plan summarizes actions that the state has taken to date to support the protection and restoration of kelp forests. A lot of that has been thanks to OPC and thanks to the department. These pilot research and restoration efforts are really filling a substantial number of knowledge gaps around kelp forests. And they also represent an investment of nearly $3 million in the last 2 years. Next slide, please. But the action plan acknowledges that broader knowledge gaps remain, and really these include identifying the most important metrics of kelp forest ecosystem health, understanding how kelp is predicted to respond to a changing ocean, both in the short term and the long term, and further exploring some of those restoration methods. Next slide, please. So now we'll sort of get to the meat of this interim plan. Really, against that backdrop, the action plan provides recommendations, or really more of a list of near-term priorities for action in 4 categories. And the first category here is research and monitoring. That category really focuses on developing those metrics of kelp health and implementing statewide monitoring based on those metrics. And Councilmember Diamond, to your point earlier, we really need to think about ways here to leverage monitoring programs that already exist. For example, our partnership with PISCO, Reef Check California, which both do subtidal monitoring for MPAs. How can the data that we're gathering from those efforts also inform our management of kelp? Next slide, please. So the next priority area is policy development, and this really focuses on setting the stage for where we're ultimately trying to go with this, which is the development of a statewide ecosystem-based kelp restoration and management plan. And as part of that, these recommendations also highlight integrating our efforts on kelp, or aligning our efforts on kelp with other management measures. Next slide, please. The third category is restoration, and this focuses on learning from those current pilot efforts that I mentioned earlier to develop a science-based statewide kelp restoration toolkit. And the idea is that this toolkit would be included in that restoration and management plan. And it would consist of restoration options that the state could support, as well as the circumstances under which those various options are predicted to be the most effective. Next slide. And finally, the fourth category, community engagement, provides recommendations for engaging with Native American tribes and stakeholder communities, especially divers, fishermen, and algae harvesters, as we all work to co-develop knowledge around kelp protection and restoration. Next slide, please. All right, so the action plan basically concludes by setting a clear goal of building toward proactive and climate-ready strategies for kelp management in California, with the dual goals here of protecting marine biodiversity, but also, to the extent that we can, supporting the continued delivery of those key ecosystem services. Next slide. And so in terms of next steps, today's discussion is really a venue for open dialogue about those knowledge gaps, but really especially about those priorities that are outlined in our plan. We really want to hear your thoughts and guidance on those priorities. Are we heading in the right direction? Are there gaps? Are there things that the council members really want us to focus on as we move forward with this work? And we will incorporate the outcomes of today's discussion as well as some other information streams. So we'll have the results of current pilot efforts. We're going to have a tribal comment period on this action plan and a public comment period on this action plan. And once all of that is concluded, we plan to bring a final plan to the council for consideration and possible adoption in spring 2022. And that doesn't mean the work is going to stop. Until then, we have plenty of things that we can be working on in those priority areas. But yeah, we want to make sure that this plan is in really good shape before we bring it to you for something that could be formally adopted. So I will stop there. Thank you for your time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to a robust discussion on this.
Mike, thanks so much. Much appreciated. I wanted to start off with a question, if I could, and I see Dr. Cassell on maybe still participating, so she may be able to answer this as well. But it seems, those of us who have been on the council for the last couple of years and even before, I think we were all alarmed with just what seemed like a collapse of the North Coast kelp and some real lack of understanding around how we could actually stabilize and restore the kelp. And so it seems like these pilot projects are important because they're actually doing something, trying to get out there and test some hypotheses around restoration efforts. But I guess I wanted to ask you or Dr. Cassell, I mean, how close are we to actually having a restoration strategy to reverse this kelp collapse, particularly as the ocean's chemistry continues to change? Versus, just controlling our expectations, will this take years or even decades to understand, actions we can take at scale? Oh, Mike, I think you're on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious to hear Dr. Cassell's thoughts on that question. I think, that's really still what we're trying to figure out. I think that we know that we know the ocean's changing, and we know there are stressors that we can't manage, like water temperature, like nutrients associated with temperature. But we also know that there are stressors that we can potentially manage, like urchins, for example. We have the urchin removal project going on in Mendocino County, potentially water quality, other stressors that we can potentially work on to give kelp a break. And we're not going to necessarily restore hundreds and hundreds of miles of coastline, but we might be able to restore patches, right? Little kelp oases that, should ocean conditions become more favorable, can then facilitate broader recovery in the region. And I think another thing that we're looking at, given the collapse on the North Coast and the slightly patchier, more complicated situation on the Central Coast and the South Coast is, when should we intervene? What metrics do we need to be tracking so that we can work on really protecting existing kelp, knowing how hard it is to bring kelp back, right? We're interested in both, but to the extent that we can devote resources to keeping the problem from getting worse, I think that's going to be crucial. But yeah, Mark and Jen, I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
Just the one thing that, which is that OPC is working with Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Game Commission on a restoration mitigation policy. It's going to take a while. We're really in its preliminary phases, but all this information will be quite helpful in putting that together. And obviously the objective is to really put together some guidance on how to do this in a way that's effective. And as you brought up, Secretary Crowfoot, the key thing is scale, which is how do you do this in a manner that's truly going to scale up to the areas that are being impacted?
I have a couple quick points to make here. First, hearkening back to a comment you made earlier, Secretary Crowfoot, about being a model or learning from other places. Open coast kelp restoration is pretty new all over the world, but it is actually, there are other places that have suffered really devastating declines, and they're actually a bit ahead of us in terms of methodologies. Tasmania, South Australia, Norway all come to mind. So I do think engagement internationally, it's already happening, and learning from those places is going to be really important for California. So here's a case where maybe there are other models for us to follow. It's still new though everywhere, and it's a really tricky problem, as Mark said, especially in scalability. Second point, and the last point, you mentioned, strategies. Are we any closer to a strategy? I think that California, especially recently, we have really made huge strides, largely through the work of OPC and the department, in creating an overarching strategy. So that's to say, are we going to head out there and restore kelp at the scale of the North Coast tomorrow? No, we're not. Are we lending some organizational effort to making super wise decisions about where to restore, when not to, when to say, no, this is not a good investment, and when to say, yeah, it is? Man, that has progressed like crazy, and we are in great shape, and we'll be in even better shape in a year or two.
Thank you. Liz.
I was just going to briefly add on to what Dr. Cassell was saying in terms of making super wise decisions and setting expectations, that there is an important conversation to be had about what we are aspiring our restoration activities to do. Is it to bring back kelp coast-wide, or is it to serve analogous to coral reefs, to bridge to a future in which we aspire to have reduced carbon emissions and are tackling some of those longer term goals? So thinking of restoration as a bridge to a different future, I think is an important element of just exactly what we hope active restoration can and should do.
Thank you for that. Council members, we can move to public comment, and I don't see any hands. Why don't we do that? Again, public comment on this specific agenda item as it relates to the action plan for kelp forests. And Holly, if you let us know if we have anyone who wants to provide public comment.
We do. First commenter is going to be Francesca Coe, followed by Captain David Bacon. Francesca, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing public comment. My name is Francesca Coe, and I am a lifelong user of our California resources. I am an ab diver, I'm a dive instructor, and I am also a competitive freediver. I serve on the board of the Greater Farallones Association, and I was actually the co-author of one of the reports that Mike Escrow has cited in his report. So thank you, Mike, for carrying the baton and continuing the work. I want to underscore my support and Greater Farallones Association support of the Kelp Action Plan, and in particular, the efforts to focus on community engagement, on increasing tribal representation, and the strong commitment to collaboration that is found throughout this interim action plan. And I think it's really important for the council to provide additional funding for the many knowledge gaps that exist. As was mentioned earlier by one of the council members, there are other cases around the world, but what's happening in the North Coast and the Central Coast and in the South is really unique and a first in terms of all these factors that are contributing to what's happening. And then I just want to make one last comment about Nereocystis and Macrocystis, and that is that they are the redwoods of the sea. So I encourage you to remember that this is what makes California special, and to message not only on the science and the ecosystems and all of the wonderful species, but to harness the power of the awe and the beauty and the wonder and the significance that these kelp forests have to all Californians, to all visitors, and to a really magical way of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well put.
Next commenter is Captain David Bacon, followed by Suzanne Flaherty. Captain Bacon, you have the floor.
Thank you. I've been a fishing captain for a very long time, have a bait and tackle store. I represent recreational anglers. I write for some of the major fishing publications, and one of the most fun things is I teach fishing at the local community college. I understand, as most of my fishing community does, amazing importance of healthy kelp. Super important to us. So I'd like to offer my help in putting together the upcoming plan and bringing the perspective of my community to the table. I'd also like to speak for Fish Reef Project, which is fishreef.org, using its innovative sea cave kelp restoration system. It has support from Monique Limon, Hannah Beth Jackson, Santa Barbara Fish and Game Commission, and our community at large. And we need $500,000 for a 2-acre pilot project in Goleta Bay. And, you know, I'd appreciate some help on figuring out how to accomplish that. But please remember that I'd like to bring my help to the table in coming up with that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Bacon.
Next is Suzanne Flaherty, followed by phone caller with the last 4 digits, 3319. Suzanne, you have the floor.
Okay, greetings again. Thank you again. I am Suzanne Fluharty with the Yurok Tribes Environmental Program. And there's not much time, so I'm going to try and just briefly hit on 3 comments that I think it's important for the policymakers to understand. Number 1 is that not only tribal rights, but the economic impacts of the fisheries are very critical to the entire communities on the North Coast. When we say North Coast, I ask you to look at what your $3 million is divided up in. And when we talked about priorities, how come Humboldt and Del Norte counties are not represented? And we ask that you rectify that and put some of the state money back into these 2 counties that aren't getting the resources. It's unjust. And what we want to bring up again is the criticalness of this kelp. And we want to see it restored in the area where there's still existing ones and not where it's already destroyed in Sonoma and Mendocino. And we have these barrens, we don't have these here, but yet there's no focus of research money. There is no data, so there's not even a data gap in these 2 counties. And the can't be addressed until the management options have more than just a commercial and a recreational management plan. We have to have subsistence and tribal management options and take in there. And there was one more, but I get nervous when I see this clock counting down. So I guess that will be it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suzanne. I know what you mean. I think we all have that same challenge with the clock, but appreciate your thoughts. And I imagine that Mike is going to be reaching out to you.
Next
Holly,
speaker. Oh, go ahead.
Others?
Next speaker is dial-in caller, last 4 digits, 3319, followed by Keith Rootsart. Phone caller, you are now allowed to talk. Don't forget to press #2 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Robert Jan van de Hoek, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I wish to address kelp restoration, and this is a really good conversation. I think that, well, I know that from science and peer-reviewed literature, and Dr. John Pierce, who passed away this last year, UC Santa Cruz, and we know that the sea otter is the key for kelp coming back. However, we have a state code from quite a while ago now, in the 70s, that the Abalone Commercial Fisheries lobbied the Department of Fish and Game, as it was called then, and said no sea otters south of Point Conception because they eat abalone. But abalone's gone now from Southern California for the most part because of the continued commercial fishery of it, and the sea otter can't be blamed. And then we also have a sea otter not allowed north of Point Reyes or San Francisco Bay on the north coast of California, again, because of complications with commercial fisheries. We also have poaching of sea otters where they occur. So if the sea otter actually is an amazing animal that helps our kelp to come back. Now, as for Wade Crowfoot and your excellent thought about ocean chemistry and about temperatures, also, we have two species of giant kelp. One that's from Alaska to about Monterey, and another species of giant kelp from south of Monterey into Southern California. So that complicates the issue. And another speaker mentioned Nereocystis, a bull kelp, but we also have something that's in Northern California and Southern California and Channel Islands, and Palos Verdes, and that we have another kelp called Pelagophycus, which is the porrid kelp, and that is a warm water kelp that could come back. And the sea otter helps the kelp come back because it has predation on the urchins, for example. But there's other factors going on too, and I just want to quickly mention Garibaldi, the state marine fish, which doesn't need kelp actually. And on a case-by-case study, if we look at species of fish individually, using the Garibaldi as an example, it's the reef that's needed, and microscopic warm water algae, red algae, that's small and on the rock for the breeding and laying eggs and guarding the territory. And so there's much more going on. And there's a Icenia arborea, the sea oak kelp, which is increasing in abundance in Southern California, but it's missed opportunities. And the sea otter, if we get the sea otter back, we also have the benefit of them coming into our harbors and estuaries, wetlands of Southern California, just as they're coming into Elkhorn Slough now. So I think the sea otter has to be a key. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Keith Rothsart, followed by Mark Shargel. Keith, you have the floor.
My name is Keith Rothsart, and I'm a volunteer Reef Check citizen scientist and founder of the Giant Kelp Restoration Project in Monterey. The Fish and Game Commission voted unanimously on our petition to amend fishing regulations to allow unlimited take of purple and red urchins by hand tools at Tankers Reef in Monterey for 3 years. Our diving community-led kelp restoration project will begin April 1st, no kidding. Our goal is to prove that trained recreational scuba divers can safely suppress urchins to less than 2 per square meter. The Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Ocean Protection Council recommended monitoring protocols and will determine if the project is successful. This will inform resource managers if citizen scientists can be a benefit to kelp and scale up to marine protected areas next year. I'm very grateful to Mike Escrow, OPC, and James Ray, CDFW, for their hard work on the Giant Kelp Restoration Project and this much anticipated and desperately needed kelp action plan. The kelp action plan needs real action and in the water efforts, not just pointing at urchins, but culling them with a hammer. A serious plan requires serious money. We must cut marine green tape for kelp restoration projects to compete for funding with more visible terrestrial projects. Unlike the Marine Aquatic Invasive Species Management Plan of 2008, I asked the Council to pursue marine ecosystem services as a rulemaking and financial priority. The California diving community wants what the California tribes want, an opportunity to co-manage and contribute local knowledge to enhance a sustainable fishery and provide ecosystem services. Historically and culturally, we want future generations to share our love and care for this beautiful natural resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Next is Mark Shargel, followed by Kevin Wilden. Mark, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm Mark Shargell. I'm a professional marine photographer. I've been diving for 42 years. Back in the early 2000s, I was a part of the Central Coast Regional Stakeholder Group that negotiated the boundaries for the marine protected areas on the Central Coast. I've been working with Keith Rutzart to organize the Tankers Reef Project. And I want to thank Mike Escrow and James Ray, and particularly the people above them who devoted the resource of their time to developing the interim plan that we have in front of us now. It's much, much needed, critical, because we've seen wholesale destruction of kelp forests from Monterey all the way down into the Big Sur coast. I myself have documented urchin barrens wiping out kelp forests down as far as Rocky Point. That includes the Point Lobos Reserve and points south of there. The phenomenon is widespread and very worrisome. The social and economic impact of the loss of these kelp forests hasn't been estimated, but it affects fishing, recreation, non-consumptive tourism. It's a huge economic driver. As Drs. Cassell and Hall Arbor pointed out, we do have data gaps, and it would be very valuable to fill them. Particularly, we have data gaps in terms of spatial resolution. The report says there's no discernible trend on the Central Coast, and if you take the Central Coast from Aptos all the way down to Point Conception, yes, I know from looking that the Big Sur coast giant kelp forests are still in fairly good shape. But as soon as you get north as far as Carmel, it's a totally different story. The one last data gap that we have going forward is that the Fish and Game Commission has allowed us to undertake a citizen-led project at Tankers Reef, but that's not at all representative of the granite benthos that we have all the way around the Monterey Peninsula and south into the Big Sur coast. So we really need to undertake a project on that representative habitat type. Thank you so much for your time and your work on this project.
Thank you, Mark.
Next is Kevin Wilden, followed by Jean Rohe. Kevin, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kevin Wilden, co-founder and executive director of Sustain.
Shoot, it sounds like we lost him. Let's see if we can bring him back up. And in the meantime, we'll hear from the next.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Sorry, Kevin, you're back.
I unmuted, but then it muted me again for some reason. Okay, so I'm Kevin Wilden, director and co-founder of Sustainable Surf. We're a nonprofit based in California. We operate the Sea Trees Project, which supports the restoration of blue carbon ecosystems globally. And we're actually helping bring funding to these projects that's badly needed, applying some of the tools and resources of carbon offset development. And in the past 18 months, we support 6 different projects, including a mangrove restoration project in Kenya and Indonesia, a coral reef restoration project in Bali that's just launched, and then 2 kelp forest restoration projects, including Tankers Reef by Reef Check and the Bay Foundation's Palos Verdes project. In the past 18 months, we've planted 600,000 sea trees, a mangrove tree, or restored a square foot of kelp forest. And what we've shown is that the private sector, both individuals and businesses, are very excited about this potential to restore blue carbon ecosystems. And we're getting demand every day. We have new partners who want to help fund that work. And we would like to work with the OPC and other groups in California to make sure that these forests are restored as quickly as possible in a public-private partnership. So we'd love to talk to, I know we've talked to Michael Esgro before about this, and I'd like to keep that conversation going. That's part one. Part two is that I read the interim action plan that was just posted, and I was a little bit surprised. It feels like you may not have characterized properly the Bay Foundation's work at Palos Verdes. Now, I surf there, I've toured extensively, we've done filmmaking there, and it's one of the most successful and largest kelp restoration projects in the world. And it feels like it's being left out of the conversation a little bit here. For one thing, on page 10, it says that the Bay Foundation is using recreational divers to clear the urchins, and that's absolutely incorrect. They're using commercial fishermen to do the restoration. So I'm curious if there's maybe a little more research that the OPC needs to do on what they're doing with the Bay Foundation to make their project as successful as it is. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin.
Next is Jen Rohe, followed by Lauren McKenzie. Jen, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Rowe, and I'm a Monterey diver. Firstly, I'd like to applaud the OPC for devising this interim action plan. I think it's an excellent start. However, I'd like to provide some comments on potential improvements to the plan. Firstly, I would have to disagree with the assessment that there is, quote unquote, no discernible overall trend of kelp loss in the Central Coast. If you look at the data on page 5, figure 3 of the action plan, for the macrocystis chart, it shows that there is massive decline between 2016 and 2017 for the Central Coast. And secondly, Monterey divers like myself have witnessed firsthand the explosion of purple urchins and the formation of urchin barrens, and pretty much the loss of these healthy kelp forests. So as scuba divers, we would like the local diving community to be involved in the kelp monitoring and restoration process. We'd also ask that groups such as G2KR or the Giant Kelp Restoration website, and groups like Get Inspired, the Watermen's Alliance, and the NPA Collaboratives be specifically named in the plan as stakeholders. I'd also urge the council to watch the short film by Mark Shargell entitled Help Save Kelp, which would also provide some details on the kelp loss on the Central Coast. Thirdly, I'd ask the council to review Reef Check California's Pacific Grove urchin experiment data and to integrate the findings on urchin and kelp forest threshold density data into the action plan. And lastly, I think it'd be wonderful to integrate local knowledge from divers for the council's policy on the consideration of kelp restoration in the NPAs. Thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you for all you're doing.
Next up is Lauren McKenzie, followed by Rieta Holman. Lauren, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Members of the OPC, thank you for taking the time to hear us. My name is Lauren McKenzie, and I'm a citizen scientist, diver, and ocean advocate, and I am lucky enough to call Monterey and the Central Coast my backyard. I was disappointed to read the assessment that there is no discernible region-wide trend of kelp loss in the Central Coast. This is contrary to diver observation. Myself and my fellow divers and citizen scientists can attest to the devastation of giant kelp and the resulting urchin barrens in the Central Coast area, specifically in my community's most dived regions of Carmel, Pacific Grove, and Monterey. If you would please review Reef Check's California Pacific Grove urchin experiment data and integrate those findings on urchin versus kelp forest densities into your action plan. I'd also request the council to involve divers and citizen scientists like myself in kelp monitoring and restoration efforts, as well as considering us as local knowledge and integrate us when outlining your policy on consideration of kelp restoration in NPAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Next is Rieta Holman, followed by Melanie Moreno. Rieta, you have the floor.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I manage the Kelp Recovery Program, which is a partnership between the Greater Farallones Association and the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary. And we coordinate a network of nearly 100 partners and stakeholders throughout the state of California that meets once a month to discuss kelp research, monitoring, restoration, and community engagement. And I'd like to express strong support for the interim kelp action plan. It's concise, comprehensive, at a high level, addresses critical ongoing and future actions by the state to support kelp monitoring, research, and investigation of restoration strategies. In particular, I'd like to recognize the need for a collaborative approach to kelp recovery, stakeholder input, and strong community engagement. I want to express appreciation for ongoing participation in our monthly kelp recovery network meetings by Mike Escrow. We'd love to identify ways to engage this network fully with future efforts to connect with stakeholders and share information. We also actively seek strategies for kelp recovery in the sanctuary and appreciate the collaboration and support that's identified in the plan. So thank you so much for all of your work in developing the interim kelp action plan and allowing for a comprehensive process for public and tribal input, technical expertise, and results of the current restoration work. Thank you, that's all for me.
Thanks, Rieta.
Our last commenter is going to be Melanie Moreno. Melanie, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Melanie Moreno, and I have no affiliation, but I have the extraordinary luck to have spent over 200 hours underwater last year in California's marine protected areas. I wholeheartedly support your provision of funds for monitoring the critical coastal resources that our marine protected areas are supposed to protect. But I'm concerned because I believe parts of the Kelp Action Plan are based on woefully limited, broad-scale Landsat data. Department of Fish and Wildlife monitoring of California's Central Coast kelp forest canopy was abandoned just as our kelp forest began a devastating decline. The Nature Conservancy had plans to complete fine-scale monitoring of the kelp forest canopy in Central California, but somehow that didn't happen. Because the kelp forest canopy in Central California coast marine protected areas was not being monitored at a fine scale, I'm really concerned that you're going to be asked to make decisions based on very incomplete data. And in my opinion, that's not good science. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all that public comment. I mean, look, this makes me proud, one, to be a Californian, because we have so many people up and down the coast that care about this, that are actually in the water and want to help. And I think this movement of citizen science or community science is not only impressive, but it obviously has a role to play in the immediate actions that we're testing and the work moving forward. I'm also really thankful of the OPC team, Mike and the team and Mark, and we brought this up as a concern about 18 months ago, and and indicated the need to move very fast. And so you all freed up some money to get some pilot projects working while developing this interim action plan. So I think that this is all really helpful. Same time, I think that there are a lot of good suggestions. Maybe Mike's heard some of them before, maybe some for the first time, but there's obviously a lot of interest in this interim action plan being, accurate and comprehensive and forward-leaning and action-oriented. So I think that's all good input that I think Mike and team, no doubt, will take to heart. Mike, anything you'd share just based on the sort of the overall comments that we received?
Yeah, so a few thoughts. First of all, thanks to everyone who gave public comment, and I'm also really encouraged by everyone from Captain Bacon to the divers on the Central Coast to Sustainable Surf, who's interested in partnering with us. Really goes to the importance of that fourth category of recommendations, which is community engagement, which is absolutely something that we plan to do. And I think have been doing along with our partners at the Department of Fish and Wildlife for the last couple of years here. I do want to make one point about, I heard a number of comments about the situation on the Central Coast, and I want to let everybody know that before I ever came to OPC, I was a scuba instructor in Monterey. I still teach classes in Monterey. Pretty much, I'm diving, whether it's with students or just for fun, pretty much every weekend. And when I go to Monastery Beach, which is my favorite beach in Carmel, favorite spot to dive in the whole world, it breaks my heart. You dive the north side and it's a lush kelp forest. It's beautiful. You go over to the south side of that very same beach and it's a barren. It looks just like Mendocino County. And so we here at OPC and the department take the situation on the Central Coast extremely seriously. And that's part of what we're trying to understand the science around what makes it so patchy there. Sea otters were mentioned. So this is an interesting it's a bit of a side note, but sea otters are potentially, the science is showing, very important in maintaining kelp that's already there, but not necessarily at converting a barren back to kelp forest, because the urchins in those barrens are in poor condition, and so they don't make very good food. So those sorts of drivers of kelp persistence, I think as we get a better understanding, we can, back to what I was saying earlier, understanding when and where to intervene. Another issue, for example, is that much of the Monterey Peninsula is covered by MPAs. And so we need to understand how kelp restoration aligns or can be integrated with MPAs to make sure that we're pursuing both both policy tools in an informed way and a precautionary way. So there are a number of factors that play there, but I think, the action plan really, just by necessity of being a very high level document, takes that regional approach to just sort of break down, okay, basically what's the state of play in these 3 broad regions? And then once you start to drill down into more specific locations, that's when the story gets a bit more complicated. And yeah, I think I'll stop there unless there were other things that you wanted to potentially discuss.
Well, that's helpful, Mike. And we've got a couple more items in our meeting, so I think we should move on pretty soon. I don't see any hands up from council members, so we'll just thank you for the update on the interim action plan. I think it's all really encouraging, and just please keep the community engaged, as I know you are, taking into account all the feedback we received here today, and then looking forward to receiving progress updates to come. So let us go to our next item, which is our last action item on the calendar before we'll go to public comment for non-agenda items. This action item is a set of consent items, and those are items that are placed in essence, our consent calendar because of their minor nature. So I'll just read a description of those consent items, and any member of our council can take an item off of the consent calendar or consent agenda for discussion. But if not, then we would just request that a council member consider making a motion to approve the consent items. So item 8A is a refining of the Proposition 1 grant guidelines. It will focus, makes a refinement to focus the final round of funding on projects that prioritize benefits to communities entitled to environmental justice and provide multi-benefit ecosystem and watershed protection and restoration that improve coastal water quality. So that's 8A, which is an update to the Prop 1 grant guidelines. 8B is consideration of authorization to disperse additional funds for the statewide kelp recovery research program. And this would provide a minor budget augmentation to support the kelp research recovery program that the council approved this past June. Again, if any council member would like to remove either item from the consent agenda for discussion, please do so. Otherwise, we would consider a motion to approve the consent items.
I would move to approve the consent items.
Thank you so much. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks so much. Jen, do we need to do this by roll?
Up to you. Can do it either way.
Let's go ahead and do it.
Okay. Secretary Crowfoot.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Oh, I don't know. We'll come back to her. Councilmember Sheldon.
Aye.
Councilmember Diamond.
Aye.
Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
And Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thanks so much. This has been such a productive meeting. At each meeting, we ensure that there is time for members of the public to raise topics that weren't discussed at our meeting through public comment. So at this time, we will open up the discussion or open up public comment and invite members of the public to provide any public comment they desire. Again, please, if you're on a computer, push the raise hand function on your screen, or if you're on the phone, you can raise your hand virtually by pressing #2. And again, 2 minutes for each comment. So let's go ahead and ask Holly to identify if anybody has public comment.
Our first commenter is going to be Richard Sadowski, followed by Ken Frank. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you. Richard Sadowski, Homefront, EJ, Morro Bay. I commented earlier on a citizen science project that we're working on. It's called MBEAM, Morro Bay Estuary Air Monitoring Project. And we are now we've been collaborating with the Cal Poly University students and Dr. Bachman's class, who's collecting ocean water quality data from the Morro Bay estuary, while we're giving them real-time CO2 data. What we really need is a real-time, continual way to monitor, start monitoring the greenhouse gases or just air quality around an estuary and focusing on that. I do miss driving up to Sacramento to your meetings. Usually me and my wife go there, and we always learn a lot, and this is not an exception. This is you guys are pretty awesome. I'm going to make a shameless plug, though. We have a GoFundMe page. It's a MBeam, and we're seeking funds to put in a stationary air monitoring device that will monitor carbon dioxide continuously, and we'll be able to share that data with everybody, basically. But for those of you who want to help support us, it's MBeam, and it's a GoFundMe, MBEAM project. Once again, thanks you guys for all your great work and just love of the ocean. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Richard. Here's to seeing each other back in person again in the not too distant future, another meeting.
Next is Ken Frank, followed by Susan Flaherty. Ken, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Ken Franke, President of the Sport Fishing Association of California. SAC is a nonprofit organization that promotes marine recreation, ocean protection, and education. Our membership includes a majority of the commercial passenger sport fishing boats in Southern California. The fleet is a means by which the public, especially lower economic and diverse communities, can participate in ocean activities. The SAC fleet provides the means by which a family who can't afford a boat can go fishing, whale watching, or to engage in ocean education. I'm here today to convey a concern regarding continued access to the ocean resource. At issue is a proposed California Air Resource Board rule that would require every boat in the fleet replace their engines or be taken out of service. The proposed rule desires Tier 4 engines be installed. Low horsepower Tier 4 marine engines do not exist. To buy and replace engines or purchase a new boat out of pocket is cost prohibitive. These are small family owned and operated boats. Most have a capital note, and getting a loan to purchase engines or a new boat is unrealistic. The fleet of several hundred boats has already been working toward installing Tier 2 and 3 engines. This is a high cost and low profit industry. To make replacing engines feasible, the Carl Moyer grant program has been used as a successful funding source. CARB staff suggested increased passenger fees could be used to fund upgrades. We disagree. To significantly raise the price of a passenger ticket to pay for engine repowers would make it impossible for lower economic communities to go fishing. As we understand it, once the rule goes into effect, grant money will in most, if not all cases, no longer be available. This would signal the end of many of these marine services. In closing, we ask support for a logical and collaborative solution, one which reduces emission, protects the environment, but while also maintains ocean access to those not fortunate enough to otherwise have that access. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Next is Suzanne Flaherty, followed by Jamie Dimond. Suzanne, you have the floor.
Okay, so once again, this is Suzanne Flaherty, environmental staff with the Yurok Tribes Environmental Program. One problem the tribes always have with various agencies are that it's often single species management or siloed work. And so in this particular case, I am asking you to consider where you can insert or build into your programs this land-sea interface. Perfect example, because we're talking about kelp, is the ecosystem services that kelp provides for the land in, again, Humboldt and Del Norte County, the National Redwood Parks, our national interest, we have our local interest, we have the local economy, and it's a World Heritage Site. The fog in our area has been reduced due to climate change, not only fewer fog days, but the fog is thinner. And this is putting all of the redwoods in danger, and they're not having their recruitment. And there's research out of Scotland and Scandinavia where the kelp beds provide the ions from their iodine that are the easiest for water vapor to attach to, and it increases the fog. So I ask again, if you can prioritize or figure out or whatever, but this is an incredibly valuable asset to everybody. Like I said, World Heritage and California tourism as well. So fog from the kelp, keep the redwoods alive. Save the kelp, save the redwoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Next is Jamie Dimon, followed by Bonita Ernst. Jamie, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Dimon. I own Stardust Sport Fishing in Santa Barbara, California. We have 2 sport fishing vessels, and we actually participate in the research that Jen Cassell does through the CCFRP program, which monitors the MPAs in the Channel Islands area, as well as the coast. I was really disappointed to hear the reduction in funding for the monitoring projects, because they're already working at a reduced, at a small budget scale. Businesses like mine that work collaboratively with researchers like Jen, we're already doing these trips at a severely reduced cost because we believe in this program, because we believe in collaborative research, and we are conservationists. Reducing their funding at this point is leaving scientists to have to find private funding, which could jeopardize, and I don't mean to cast aspersions on any of our scientists, but to jeopardize put any bias towards it, because there are some groups that are leaning one way or the other that will be happy to throw all their money behind a program to get a result that they're looking for, or to put a twist on it. I wish I was able to comment during that action item, because I really wish you could understand the importance of not reducing that funding for the tagging trips like which we do, especially right before the decadal review. So 2020, these scientists are going to be left to find their own funding elsewhere, which is going to significantly impact the quality of data that is collected over time. It's going to leave a lot of these scientists to not be able to pursue the MPA program, because it's just going to be too difficult to find funding. So I'd also like to add on that, especially during a pandemic, businesses like ours, like I said, we already do this at a reduced cost, actually a third less than what we normally would charge for a trip. And we can't really afford, at running at reduced costs and everything as it is, to reduce these costs any further. So I hope that there's something you can do, or maybe look for in the next cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, and for all the work and the support you provide the scientists. And Mark, when we get out of public comment, if you could just clarify, I actually think our last action was to provide a slight increase, but let's hold off on that and just clarify that once we're done with public comment.
Next commenter is going to be Bonita Ernst. Bonita, and that will be followed by Morgan Vasali. Bonita, you have the floor. Oh, and I'm sorry, Bonita, since we don't have a timer in your slide, I will let you know once you've reached 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bonita Ernst, Oceano, California, and I really just provided the slides just as something to kind of illustrate what I'll be speaking about. And I just learned that Pismo State Beach and Oceano Dunes would once again admit vehicles for camping on the beach starting this Friday. So I feel a bit compelled to bring some of the problems to your attention, and you can advance slides as you will. What was left behind in OHV beachfront camping areas was and still is truly sad. Tossing anything and everything into a beach campfire appears to have been fairly common. With 1,000 camp units previously permitted, the trash is overwhelming and it contains plenty of plastics. Number 2 is the beach destruction. The bulldozing our beach in Oceano, Pismo State Beach now happens on a near weekly basis or even more often. And vehicles once again track out tons of sand every week. The beach sand is tracked out, swept up, and then dumped in a landfill. So I'm not sure how this is still allowed. Equally important are the tire microplastic pollution, the CO2, climate change, and just to say, remedies for plastic pollution erosion do not always require millions of dollars. When parks suspended vehicle activity for 7 months in 2020, these problems nearly all disappeared. On March 18th, the Coastal Commission will be asked to enact measures that can put mistakes of past management of the ODS VRA behind us and move to a more sustainable beach for everyone. It's time for bold moves, and I urge you all to lend them your support. And thanks for your time today.
Thank you, Bonita.
Next is Morgan Vasali, followed by Darby Berry. Morgan, you have the floor.
Great, good afternoon. My name is Morgan Vasali, and I'm a marine scientist at the Benioff Ocean Initiative, a marine research group at the University of California, Santa Barbara. As you may know, 2018 and 2019 were two of the worst years on record for fatal ship collisions with whales in California. And to help address this growing issue, we recently worked with a team of scientists from across the country to build and launch a new online tool called WhaleSafe. And this delivers real-time data insights to help reduce the risk of ship collisions with endangered whales. And I wanted to share this with you today because the data and analysis tools that are provided by WhaleSafe may be helpful in achieving target 3.3.5 in OPC's strategic plan, which sets a goal to develop a statewide whale and sea turtle protection plan by 2022. WhaleSafe works by integrating real-time acoustic monitoring, dynamic habitat models, and whale sightings to provide a daily assessment of whale activity in the Santa Barbara Channel, which is a high-risk zone for ship collisions with whales. And it also uses ship tracking data to monitor vessel speeds as ships move through a voluntary vessel speed reduction zone put in place by NOAA and the Coast Guard to protect endangered whales. So the system is really the first of its kind in that it combines automated dynamic whale data and transparent ship data to provide a holistic view of both whale and ship activity in a high-risk zone for collisions. So we're currently exploring if there are other locations where these tools or technologies could be helpful in mitigating ship strike risk along the California coast and elsewhere. The tool for Southern California is currently live at whalesafe.com if you're interested in checking it out. And so I just wanted to let you know about this ongoing and possibly expanding work as it may align with OPC's data commitment to whale protection. So thank you so much, council members and staff, for the opportunity to provide public comment today, and especially for staying a few minutes late. So thank you.
Thanks, Morgan.
Next is Darby Berry, followed by Marcia Hanscom. Darby, you have the floor.
Okay, is audio working?
Sure is.
Great. So I discovered the challenge earlier. This actually isn't Darby Berry, it's Danielle Dolan. And for some reason, my account is tied to Darby's. But good afternoon, everyone. Secretary Crowfoot, council members, thank you again for providing a space for public comment. My name, as I said, is Danielle Dolan. I'm the Water Program Director for Local Government Commission, and I'm commenting on Agenda Item 6, Project 5H, establishing a San Diego Regional Coastal Resilience Roadmap to enable project-based action and investment. On behalf of the Local Government Commission, I commend the OPC for providing this grant program for prioritizing coastal resilience and disadvantaged communities. We greatly appreciate the hard work of the staff in putting together such an effective application process. And speaking as someone that applies for a lot of state grants, this was one of the better application processes I've seen. So kudos to all of you. We're very excited about the opportunity to engage local leaders, historically underserved groups, and tribes in the regional road mapping process for this project. We're also excited to share best practices and lessons learned with other climate collaboratives across the state and with communities all the way up and down the coast of California. LGC's role in this project will be to ensure historically underrepresented voices are elevated throughout the project, and that the roadmap includes actions and investments in disadvantaged communities. Thank you all for approving this project and all the projects that were presented today.
Thanks, Danielle.
Up next is Marcia Hanscom, followed by Nick Alter. Marcia, you have the floor.
Honorable Commissioners, Marcia Hanscom. I'm with the Sierra Club. I've been a board member of the National Sierra Club. I'm Assistant Vice Chair of the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club, and I chair the Sierra Club Ballona Wetlands Committee. And just to be really clear, because we're hearing lots of whispering to the contrary, the Sierra Club is opposed to the project that the state has put forward at the Ballona Wetlands on the coast of LA. And, you know, somehow about a year ago, this council, the Ocean Protection Council, which has a very clear name, took a right turn to the land. And I remember when this Ocean Protection Council was put together, it was put together under Governor Schwarzenegger. And there were a lot of concerns from entities like the Coastal Commission and other regulators and a lot of environmental groups saying, you're not going to be coming and duplicating things on the land, are you? Well, about a year ago, somehow things changed because we were promised this was only going to be a council that would be dealing with the ocean and ocean protection, and we need some serious focus there. But not long after the governor appointed your executive director, about 6 months later, all of a sudden wetlands protection on the coast became part of this. So that's why I'm here speaking to you today, because I am working very hard to protect the Ballona Wetlands, to protect the 640 acres of land that Governor Gray Davis helped us to get into public ownership. And it's clear that this council is now becoming a vehicle for bond money for coastal wetlands, especially when they're being sold as helping with sea level rise impacts. This project at Ballona will not do that. This project actually will harm climate impacts, will contribute to greater climate impacts. And I'll be happy to tell you more about that as time proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nick Alter, followed by Keith Rootstart. Nick, you have the floor.
Thank you. Nick Alter with the Oceano Economic Development Council, and I'd like to say a few words about the proposed public works plan for the SVRA. Much has been made of the ESHA public health and public safety issues posed by OHV activity in the dunes and on the beach, and rightfully so. But little has been made of the socioeconomic ramifications of the continued allowance of this activity on Oceano's beachfront, even though Coastal Commission leadership has acknowledged the reality of these ramifications and will be considering a 5-year phase-out plan. I raise the matter because I know how important environmental justice is to the agency and the commission. Environmental justice is at the heart of Oceano's future ability to prosper as a destination beachfront, which is what area residents aspire it to become. For the past 2.5 years, I've been coordinating an initiative with the Oceano residents and Cal Poly to explore an alternative future for the community, a future that will stimulate business development, bring jobs, and improve living conditions. Faculty and students in Cal Poly City and Regional Planning Department, Architecture Department, and Business School have been working with them on plans for a beachfront business district and for a town center near the beachfront. This initiative was triggered with Governor Brown's designation of Oceano as a disadvantaged community and an opportunity zone in April 2018. The community has long suffered economically, especially among its Hispanic community, which makes up more than half of Oceano's population. Oceano's economic growth depends on becoming a destination beach community, which can never be as long as its beachfront is overrun with cars and trucks. So I ask the agency to consider this in exercising its authority to ensure an outcome based on the letter and spirit of its environmental justice policy. Thanks much.
Thank you, Nick.
Our next commenter is Keith Rootstart, and he is the last commenter who raised their hand within the allotted time frame. Keith, you have the floor.
Hello again. My name is Keith Rootstart, and I'm a volunteer reef check citizen scientist and MPA monitoring enthusiast. Secretary Crowfoot, on September 15th, after watching your TV appearance after the California wildfires, at 4:46 a.m., I was compelled to write you an email because I could not sleep and I was bursting with civic pride in your leadership and telling truth to idiocy. I thank you again. And I endeavored to follow your example. At the Expanding Nature-Based Solutions and Advancing 30 by 30 webinar, I asked the question, how the marine protected areas were to be expanded from 16% to 30% in response to Governor Newsom's executive order to protect 30% of the land and coasts. Mark Gold answered the plan was to definitely wait until after the first decadal review before the MPAs are changed. He said we need to define protection and see if, for example, national marine sanctuaries, which don't regulate fishing, could be considered protected. This paper park will not be helpful to the worldwide effort to protect our coast if California is unwilling to participate. The people of California were promised adaptive management of the MPAs. Like all of the West Coast of North America, the Central Coast sea stars died in 2013. We were told to wait another 9 years in a suicide pact. RFGC petitions to restore kelp by culling urchins and taking invasive species in MPAs were denied. I honestly have no idea how to go from 9% to 30% no-take protections when the MPAs are in such poor condition and the rules are so inflexible that stakeholders should not support expanding the boundaries to protect more invasive species and pests. The existing MPA network demands immediate attention, and we should not delay because of legislative inertia and because scientists and politicians like the number 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for all you're doing and for being really candid in your criticism. So that's actually really constructive, and I appreciate that. Let's take this back to the council. We're obviously coming to the tail end of our meeting. Mark, I asked you to clarify that Jamie Dimon's concern around funding, and then feel free to share any other thoughts you have on the good public comment here.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. A couple things on the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, just for clarification, it's fully funded in 2021. So that's the program that's been monitoring, working with the sportfish community and the Cal States, et cetera, in monitoring how well fish are doing, especially rockfish inside and outside of MPAs. So just wanted to clarify that. Also, in talking about that we're, quote, cutting back monitoring budget, just to remind everybody, the item that this council voted on earlier, with $5 million going towards MPA monitoring this year and next, until that time, there was $0 budgeted towards that. So as a matter of fact, there's been a huge augmentation in MPA monitoring funding that occurred based on your action today. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And then the other comment on 30 by 30, I just want to make sure that the record reflects what I actually said as opposed to what was said. What I actually said was that we didn't want to have any discussion in regards to changing the size and location of the MPA network until the completion of the decadal review. That was a comment, that was a pretty much the understood way of doing business on this long before there was 30 by 30 is an executive order with the fishing community, with the environmental community and others on managing the MPA network, that we really want to make sure that the science was going to really be completed without having policy really shape the outcome. And so that was one part of it. So what I said was in the interim, because Secretary Crowfoot, as you know, that the executive order is asking us to come up with, in essence, a path forward to meet 30 by 30 within a year or so, was that we would need to, working with stakeholders, take a hard look at other areas that afford some degree of protection on the coast of California, including areas of special biological significance, national marine sanctuaries, national estuary programs, and areas with a wide variety of different fishing gear prohibitions. And so it wasn't that we said national marine sanctuaries by any stretch of the imagination as currently written really provide conservation, but that we would need to work with stakeholders to know what needs to be done over and above the current level of protection within those areas to meet the California definition of conservation, which you know is consistent with what's occurring on the terrestrial side with Dr. Jen Norris's leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. And for the for those that aren't following this, the 30 by 30 is kind of the label of a goal to conserve 30% of the state's land mass and coastal waters by 2030, which the governor set forth in his in an executive order back in October. So there'll be a lot of more opportunities for public input and discussion around what the 30 by 30 effort means for, you know, our state's coastal waters, from the tide line to the 3 miles out up along the 1,300 miles of coast. We're coming to the end of our meeting. I'm getting a little bit of email from that suggests that some people had a technical challenge raising their hands for this last agenda item, and I want to make sure that we can hear those folks. So I really appreciate both Mike and Jordan. You guys are with me here till the end, and I know you value the public comment as much as I do. And Brenna, of course, on behalf of Secretary Blumenfeld. So Holly, if you can clear or identify anybody else with a held up hand, and then let's call on those folks. I know there's maybe some misunderstanding about when people need to have their hands up, but I just rather err on the side of being inclusive on this one, and then we'll obviously make clear at the next meeting. So why don't we go ahead, and if there are other hands to call on, why don't you do that?
Will do. The 4 people that were missed have raised their hand again, except for Robert. You put yours down again, but since I can see you right here, I'm going to call on you first. So Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Robert Jan van de Hoek, and I hope you won't start my time quite yet. I want to say a thank you to Holly for letting me use her phone number and access code, because I had difficulty. My hand would go up on items 5 and 4, but it didn't get through with being able to unmute. But so I'd like to speak for a second on plastic, but keep it off of what you were talking about. One is that with plastics, I think there's a Democratic Party issue going on, because the Democrats have the supermajority, so it should be easy to pass laws on plastic. So I think what must be happening is some of the moderate and right-wing conservative Democrats are lining up with Republicans to cause blockage, perhaps, and the lobbying is playing part of that role. So the citizenry needs to be more knowledgeable about the Democrats, some of our Democrats not being good ones, so to speak. Regarding to item number 5 on estuaries, Richardson Bay, that Eelgrass just doesn't really need funding. It just needs to have no more boating and anchors used, and it'll come back on its own. And Elkhorn Slough has an annual $1 million dredging by the United States Army to let the water come in, and it's eroding the salt marsh plain in Elkhorn Slough Ecological Reserve, and that's negating any successes that are happening at Elkhorn Slough. And I know that because I lived there and worked there and studied that region, and I have a marine biology and ecology background. Then regarding the makeup of the council, I hope that we can have more women on the council as the voting members. And also I am interested in seeing that we keep the meetings always on Zoom and telephone, even after the COVID pandemic is finished. Sure, have the meetings in person for those who can come to Sacramento, but also have it for all of us to still be able to do this remotely. This works really well. And I know I've been called trolling by another person at another conservancy, and I'm not trolling. I'm really interested in the environment of California. And I want to say thank you to White Man Gold and Brenna and Holly, another Holly Wire, for their presentations. And if I could just have a few more minutes, because I was trying to address 5 and 4 from earlier, I want to say that in terms of the Ballona wetlands, the levees that we have there are protecting us from sea level rise for another century. So we need to keep the levees and not tear them down for a so-called restoration. By keeping the levees intact, we're also having the pollution, plastic, go out to the sea rather than go into the wetlands. So our tidal sloughs and lagoons and tidal creeks at Ballona wetlands are not getting any pollution right now because they're protected from the levees, stopping the plastic pollution. And we need to give credit to the County of Los Angeles for its excellent trash nets that they've been putting up. And they've not been getting any funding from federal or state government. They've been using their own itemized budget to pay for these $20,000 nets to catch the trash. And so there's a local solution to these plastics issues too, and way more to say, but thank you. Thank you, Council, and thank you especially Wade Crowfoot. And I just want to add something about Native American issues and a book to read. The subtitle is Indigenous Wisdom. Well, women have wisdom, scientific knowledge, and the teaching of plants by Dr. Robin Kimmerer from Stony Brook. And the name of the book is Braiding Sweetgrass. And she really talks about ecological knowledge and questioning Western science. And really, and I am a Western science trained person, but I'm helping and working with Native American indigenous cultures for 20 years in my federal career. And
thanks so much,
you.
Robert. We really do have to move on, but appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Wade. Bye.
Next to speak is going to be Christina Koo, followed by Virgil Zetterland. Christina, you have the floor.
Hi there. Yes, I just want, can you hear me? Yes. Just want to remind everybody that protecting the coastal resources like the Ballona wetlands from the effects of sea level rise is one of the council's top priorities. And the other point is that the state certified restoration plan for Ballona openly acknowledges extensive loss of critical wetland habitats to sea level rise if that plan is implemented. And apparently there is, a graph in the EIR that will show you the wetland disappearing over time if the current proposed plan will proceed. So I'm definitely a proponent of protecting the Ballona wetlands with what the previous person just mentioned. And let's make California's coastal resilient to sea level rise. And that means protecting the wetlands. And I'm here in Southern California, and I definitely want to see the Ballona wetlands protected because of all the 1,700 kinds of species and plants. And I've witnessed it. I've seen all the pictures. I live close by, and I can see the thriving wildlife there. And another point I wanted to make is that, I don't know, this experience today with the way this meeting is set up was just such a hardship for members of the public. I mean, we're working hard out here and we're trying to participate. We're trying to learn. And this process is so difficult. I mean, at the end of this day-long meeting, and I wish you could, with all due respect, maybe give us a timeline, a window of when we can check in and speak and ask questions and interact. And now we're giving, 2 minutes. It's pretty short too. I wish we could, have a little bit more. And the other point is, a lot of people in the community are just really disenfranchised on how to participate. It's very difficult, and so much like conflict of interest that we're learning. And
thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. But it's.
Our next speaker is going to be Virgil Zetterland, followed by Laura Casa. Virgil, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you to the council for staying long. I'm Virgil Zetterland, Director at Protected Seas, a California organization that's part of the Anthropocene Institute. Common theme today seems to, is the challenge for both policymakers and ocean stakeholders to understand all the different overlapping regulation and how it individually contributes to the conservation impacts we all so much desire, as well as how it can inform us to move forward in initiatives like the 30 by 30 that the governor just issued by executive order. Just wanted to make the council and the attendees aware of Protected Seas resource. We've been working with NOAA MPA Center for about 5 years now on a comprehensive map of California marine protection, including the fisheries and the MPAs that we think really help sort of demystify at least the where we're at now. And again, we hope will help inform where we all need to go to preserve these important resources. So again, I want to thank everyone for your time and best wishes to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil.
Right, next up is going to be Laura Casa, followed by Jane Velez Mitchell. Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, council members, for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to speak earlier after the presentation from Holly. I just wanted to add my voice to the other folks that are speaking in support of this, and thank you so much for taking action on this. One thing I just wanted to mention, I don't know if all of you know, but Assemblymember Mark Stone swam the English Channel over a decade ago. And he did a lot of his practice training swims in Santa Cruz. And he came back from a swim one day after being about 3 miles out and called me and said, "We have to ban plastic bags because I just saw some floating out in the ocean." We banned plastic bags locally, and then so grateful to be a part of a state that banned it statewide. When I spoke to Mark initially, we talked about including restaurants in that ban. And he said, let's just put this ban in place and come back a few years later and add restaurants. To my knowledge, we haven't done that yet. And I know we're talking about a lot of great things that will take some time to implement as far as studies and things that need to be done. If we could add 2 words to the current legislation that includes restaurants, we'll be able to tackle a huge problem that's associated with what Holly brought up, the takeout industry, which we are going to address, it sounds like. But could we just maybe start with the bags, which are going out with every single order, and include restaurants and charge a fee and at least discourage some folks from taking those bags? We also know that at grocery stores, many people weren't allowed to bring reusable bags to the store during COVID, but that has changed now. But people are hooked on these thicker plastic bags. And in my experience and other people's experience, the stores are pushing people. They're asking them, do you need a bag? Do you need a bag? Do you need a bag? Instead of, did you remember your reusable bag? That's because the stores are getting 10 cents or 25 cents for every bag they sell. So I think this is a big problem. And I'd love to be involved with my colleagues and others to try to move this forward to get this big source of the plastic pollution problem solved, if we could. Thank you again for your time and all your good work.
Next is going to be Jane Velez Mitchell, and she is the last of those that we missed through the first round of public comment. Jane, you now have permission to talk.
Thanks, Sol. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you so much, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. My name is Jane Velez Mitchell, journalist, author, filmmaker, living near the Ballona wetlands. As a Latina living in Los Angeles, I want to say taking a wrecking ball to the Ballona wetlands, LA's last coastal wetlands, is not going to help the underserved Latino community have more access to green space. Quite the contrary. If this bulldozing of the Ballona wetlands happens, kids who are 10 today will be in their 20s before they have access to this area. They could have access today. Gates to this natural resource are currently locked by SoCalGas, the primary beneficiary of the bulldozing, as they urgently seek to upgrade their aging gas storage facility under the wetlands. If underserved communities were allowed in today to walk the trails that already exist, they would have a wonderful opportunity to experience nature and see the 1,700 species, from owls to foxes to egrets to pelicans, who call these wetlands home and have nowhere else to go. If the approximate 1 square mile is bulldozed and excavated, that would be a massive habitat destruction. We're in the midst of the 6th mass extinction right now, and we're pleading with other countries like Brazil not to destroy their wetlands. But there's great news. Respected environmentalists have drawn up a detailed 20-point gentle restoration plan under Category 4 that achieves all the legitimate goals of restoration, including public access and an increase of native flora and fauna without destroying the whole place in the process. Please read it at defendballonawetlands.org. Everything can be achieved without bulldozing, except what SoCalGas wants. And right now, SoCalGas is in the wetlands with a massive amount of machinery, working furiously in piecemeal fashion to upgrade its gas storage facility, even though option 1, the bulldozing option, hasn't gotten final approval because the engineers who designed this project use incorrect flood risk standards. And that's why the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers decided not to release a final environmental impact statement due to this concern. So that's what I'm worried about. Please, guys, be on the right side of history. Support the gentle restoration. Now, as they say, first, do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get back, if we could, to the view of the council members. And let me just thank both Jordan, Mike, Brenna for staying on. Really important that we obviously take the public comment, and public comment at the end of the meeting is an opportunity for folks to bring up topics that we haven't discussed earlier in the meeting, and really do appreciate those that wanted to make those comments for sticking around. It is can be a challenge to condense or distill all that you want to share in 2 minutes, but ultimately, this is the way that we're able to hear from the members of the public and continue to do the business. So appreciate your time, council members. We're going on almost 4.5 hours. We got a lot done today. We discussed plastics and endorsed a set of ambitious recommendations. We funded a whole range of coastal resilience projects up and down the coast. We enabled important scientific work to continue as we move into the decadal review. And then, of course, we addressed and got an update on all of our efforts to address the kelp crisis in our state. So the good work continues. We'll next meet on June 15th from 1 to 4 p.m. And there'll be a lot of work in the meantime. Mark, Jen, huge thanks to the OPC team for everything that you have done and continue to do. And we're excited with all the progress. With that, thanks everyone for tuning into this meeting of the OPC.